my mind. You will be on my mind. Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. On my mind. You will be on my mind. Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. Will change your mood. When you're walking on the moon,
Walking on the moon. Walking on the moon.
chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is
Walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. Evils at your hold. When you're walking on the moon.
Walking on the moon.
Taste your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance that I've never been. That I've never been. That I've never been. at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
You're making touch, peering into the soft blue light. This unfamiliar glare, it blinds me out, I'm blinded. In spite of my efforts to keep you satisfied, I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shape Peek through the walls of stone. When I saw you leave, I felt you go. It's the hardest part of life, blinding from a distance. No more resistance. So I speak up, I scream it through the void. I reach for
Stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. I've arrived. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. I've arrived. Oh, I dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you are.
Good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Welcome to the North American Rivals Series. My name's Tom F. Battinger, and I'm excited to bring you more action. Week 2. Joining me for this fantastic week is going to be two, fantastic young men, Subi and Spaceman. How you doing, guys?
Doing well after that lunch, got refueled and ready for some more Rocket League because this morning, that was a treat to watch. That was some fun games.
Yeah, it was a quick one. So North America coming in. This is your time to shine. It was an interesting morning. Let's see if they can continue that.
Yeah, it certainly should be a nice look. Europe, nice bit of a shakeup. North America, though, let's take a look at our 10 teams coming in here. Some new names as well. Say hello to Mirage, the team formerly known as Omelet. They have yet to play, and they'll be taking the field later on this afternoon. Omni Nation was once Affinity, and Zookeepers. We will call them Zookeepers today, and they will take the field. But congratulations, they have been picked up by RBG. Should be an interesting one. As I said, Mirage and Zookeepers, the teams last week, we didn't see them. We get to see them now. Subi, any sort of insight, some secrets?
Well, I just got to say, welcome back to RBG. They were in the Rival Series last season. They pick up another roster, so good to have them again. But I'm excited to see their pickup of the Zookeepers today. We did get to see them last season as the Zookeepers, and they finished in 9th place. 1-8. They didn't bring the best showing forward, but hey, it's a new season, new things change. We got to see that earlier today in Europe. Maybe this team will do the exact same.
Yeah, and today's a day for them to tie their record of last season, which would be a good start. But I'm also really looking at Omni Nation, of course, formerly known as Affinity. And coming into this, last week they played with their sub Creams. I know we had a pretty lengthy discussion about his prowess and how proud we were of him, of carrying them through that entire series. This is a big showing from them. This is their final full roster on the field, the first time they're all playing together at Rivals. This is the time for them to step up and show that Creams was a substitute and this roster is meant to be together.
Should be insane if they can actually elevate from what we saw last time around. Of course, teams all fighting to elevate from the Rival Series into the Championship Series. This is what it's all about, baby. If you come up at the top, then that means you automatically switch up with team number 10 from the RLCS. If you finish 2nd and 3rd in the Rival Series, then you'll face off against the 8th and 9th place teams from the RLCS as well.
Yeah, and if you're 4th and 5th, you get to retain that spot. 4th, 5th, and 6th, I'm sorry. Get to retain that spot, and if you're in the bottom 4, well, you got to try again next season and go through the play-ins once again. But most importantly, these teams eyeing on 1st through 3rd. You want a chance at that RLCS.
Obviously, that's the carrot at the end of the stick. Everyone wants to go play with the big boys, but there's money on the line as well. All the way up at top, if you come in first, that's 13 grand just for you, your 2 teammates, and I guess whoever's along for the ride. 2nd, 3rd, 4th place goes down from there. And of course, even if you wind up in 10th, you're still taking home $2,000.
Hey, $2,000 is not a bad bit of change for a couple of days' work. It's not great because you're in 10th place, you have to play in again. And speaking of that, that's kind of where Zookeepers came into this. They were 9th last season. They got some money in their pocket, but they didn't secure any spots. You don't do yourselves any favors by coming in last. Winning one series will help you do that. But now you have a chance to restart. You're coming back into the league. You have yet to play. We've seen that a couple of times for some teams today. So this is a perfect opportunity for them to wipe the slate clean, try again, try anew under a new organization who has a lot of high hopes for this team. It's going to be a good day for them.
Week 2, North America. 4 matches on the docket here today. We're going to be starting off with Omni Nation versus the Zookeepers. After that, we'll see 72-pin Connector go head-to-head against Mirage. Jacob fighting to get that win-loss about even. Match 3, we'll see Monkey Business take on Stromboli. And then Charlotte Phoenix will go head-to-head against Absolute Leverage. Honestly, that last match is really where my mind is at. Subi, what match are you looking towards?
You know, honestly, I hate to say it, I'm looking forward to all 4. I think Omni Nation, very fun to watch last week. They have the sub. What are they going to do this week with a full starting roster? 72 PC. They fell when we thought that they were going to be just fantastic with the addition of Jacob. Monkey Business, again, another team with high hopes. They fell as well. And why would you not be excited to watch the Charlotte Phoenix? They are just so dynamic, and defensively, offensively, they are super strong.
I'm excited to see 72 PC finally back at it. Last week, I should say, was a very slow week for them. We expected a lot from Jacob. He didn't necessarily perform. I believe we went the distance to Game 5 and they dropped it. But regardless, I was kind of underwhelmed with what I saw from them. And I think that Jacob has a lot more to prove, especially in that matchup. But 72 PC, they're a good team. They can find a way to make the magic happen. I think they can do it.
See, I'm here for monkey business. I think that one's going to be interesting as well. We talked about how they kind of dropped the ball last week, but the third match might be enough time for them to sort of watch what's happening, get into the zone, and then move forward. So should be an interesting look overall as we get through our North American matches. But of course, our first one today will be the Zookeepers versus Omni. You were mentioning already last week we saw Omni, and they had a sub, and that was kind of the headline there, huh?
Yeah, that was the storyline. Creams came in and just shocked us all. Obviously, I mean, we didn't know much about this team full of rookies, but especially a rookie sub coming in week one. That's almost unheard of. You don't see that too many times in the rival series. So this team, I'm going to look out for them this week because Magic Bear, I feel like, has a lot of work on his shoulders to prove that he deserves that starting spot. And if he truly does, I'm excited to see what this team can bring us all season long because week one, they looked dangerous.
What can you tell us about Magic Bear? Obviously, as we said, the starter, but wasn't here last week. So, Spaceman, give us some insight into this guy.
Well, he's still a rookie. I mean, the guy has yet to play, and he's surrounded by rookies themselves. So the problem that we really kind of have is that we haven't seen him play yet. Last week was supposed to be his entry, his beginning. He didn't show up, obviously, for reasons that we won't go into. But you have a player like Creams comes in. We all, again, can go into length about what he did. Magic Bears, this is his opportunity. We haven't seen a lot of him play through. Even in the play-ins, it was still a little too hard to call. Finity was a very well-rounded squad by all means, right? There was really nothing that I saw from them other than what we could harp on with most teams, which is just defensive rotations. That just takes time to get used to. But for them, Magic is coming in with the rest of his squad around him. Still a rookie team. Again, the same message we've continued to talk about throughout these 2 weeks. Rookie teams showing up. This is his opportunity. Of course, a little bit of a weird one. Now you're back in your full roster strength because you had a sub last week.
Sure.
And we had a bunch of discussions about, should Creams be a starter, all that stuff. That can be left behind today if he shows up and does what he does.
Let's take a look at our teams. We've already mentioned Magic Bear. He'll be joining the squad for the first time. Magic Bear, Percy, and Jordan will be representing Omni Nation. And across the way, we got the Zookeepers, Tool, Bambi, and Porklet. And of course, this is the first time they're going to be playing in our new season. Little background on the Zookeepers. These guys played here last season, but they had to defend their spot. And even though they did defend their spot, they defended their spot via the bottom side of the play-ins. Quite the opposite story when you look at Omni Nation, who's coming off of a victory versus Warriors International. So let's drill down into Zookeepers. We've talked a lot about Magic Bear and how he did with Omni Nation. Let's look at the question mark. Zookeepers yet to hit the field. What are you expecting, Subi?
Well, it's intriguing because you never really see a team like the Zookeepers come in, they fall to the bottom of the standings, get kicked out, and then they make their way back through the play-ins and they retain all 3 roster spots. To me, that's huge. That says that they trust in the team themselves and they trust in one another, saying, hey, we don't need to make a change. We can stick with this. We know what it takes now to make it through the rival series and do well. But they need to produce some offense. Last season, they had the second fewest amount of goals. They had the most saves and the least shots. So that's just 0 offense all season long. This season, I think they know what they need to change.
It tells me 2 things. One is growth, the fact that they're still together. Now they're back in the same spot they were. So there has to be some inkling of positivity. And change, the ability to adapt to a situation. They trust each other. They're back in the same spot. So honestly, you can't go down from here. You didn't play well last season. There's no way to argue against that. Now you're back in. You basically win 1 series starting off. You immediately tie your best placing of last season. You can only go up from here. And I think the fact that we sit in a league where it's a lot of amateur players, some former pros who drop in, but there's a tendency among amateurs to feel that if they don't have their best placing, maybe it's not the right spot for them. Maybe they feel like they need to jump between teams. It's very rare you see someone, or a team, I should say, that jumps in, doesn't have a good season, and they stick together. Players sticking together, especially amateur players at this level in this scene, it's very, very difficult to do that and find success. So the fact that they trust each other could really spell dividends for them down the line.
Well, I'm going to ask you guys for your predictions here, but I'm going to play advocate for the man downstairs real quick. I don't need you to respond. I'm just going to drop it in there. A lot of positivity here for the team returning. It's their sophomore year. Talk about synergy. Talk about trust. Well, if it didn't work the first time, what about the second time? With that said, Subi, your prediction, sir.
We've been talking good about the Zookeepers, and we've brought up the points that can be made of the positive side of things. I'm going with Omni Nation because those positive things that are on Zookeepers' side just aren't enough for me to pick them this week because we saw greatness from Omni Nation, and they can only be better this week, right? Because they're playing with their starter Magic Bear in for the sub.
Yep.
The sky's the limit.
This is a really, really interesting matchup. I mean, usually stats are a record of historical events. They're a record of the things that take place. It's an elongated vision of greatness over time.
Sure.
I'm looking at Omni Nation. I'm looking at the fact that Creams was so dynamic last week. He's not here now. The other two players, Percy and Jordan, didn't see a lot from them. Isn't a negative. It was just that Creams took over the show. Zookeepers, haven't seen a lot from them. Now they're finally back in after placing not so great. It's basically a best-case scenario for Zookeepers. They know that the highlight star is no longer in the game, but that is perfect opportunity for Magic Bear to come out and say, I deserve to be on the starting roster. Now, Omni Nation, I am taking them in my pick. I believe that they will come out and they have the fundamentals down enough, especially with that belief in Creams to be able to bring him into the roster such last minute. They have to have chemistry on all sides. That's why I'm taking them, but this is a perfect opportunity for them to figure out what works and what doesn't. If they win, fantastic. If they don't, you know you have Creams as a sub. Maybe you think about bringing him in. Who knows?
It's a big deal there. I as well went for the Omni Nation. Percy and Jordan have been playing together for about a year, and so you can swap out that sub. You can put in Creams, you can put in Magic Bear, and so we'll see what happens. Subi, you said the sky's the limit. This guy's the limit is kind of what I say here, because if it's up to Magic Bear, he's the barometer. That's the one that's going to make the difference. Omni, I say take it all at the end of it. So all three of us kind of on this Omni train,
Yeah.
and I think it has a lot to do with, honestly, the Zookeepers being a question mark, an unknown entity. Last week, though, we were talking about one of these teams that had yet to perform, and Stack said it best. He was like, look, man, we don't know what's there, so they have nothing to, there's no weight on their shoulders. So that, I mean, you've been a player yourself in some way, shapes, and form. That can also affect you coming in here knowing there are no expectations.
Yeah, there's really not. You create your own destiny, and the imprint that you leave, the first impression you leave on the league as a general, as on us as commentators and analysts, it's up to you to decide. So your first impression really sets the bar. We saw that with Creams. Now we're looking at Percy and Jordan. You had a good showing. You, of course, won the series, and you need all three players to perform and be able to do that at this level. But there was nothing that stood out from them. There was nothing that I looked at and said, Percy and Jordan absolutely are going to carry this team regardless of who they have as a second party. I'm still looking for something from them. I know we'll probably see it in this match, but again, Zookeepers, perfect opportunity to wipe the slate clean. This is your moment to shine. It's your moment to give a first impression.
Something I want to say before I let you have last licks before we jump into it is, we talked about how Creams last time around was the performer here for Omni Nation. Well, one of the things that comes down to Rocket League is it's zero sum, right? If Creams is the one doing, obviously we can't see much more from Percy and Jordan because Creams is rocking it. So maybe with Creams off the field, Percy and Jordan can kind of get more done.
See, that's where I'm going to disagree because Jordan and Percy did do a lot. It just Cream stole the show because he had the highlight reel plays. He was coming in, and that's whose name we were screaming. But Jordan still had 4 goals to himself, just like Creams did. Jordan had 1 assist. Jordan had 8 saves. Jordan had 33% shooting accuracy. Like, Jordan was on fire, but you just didn't hear much from him because he wasn't on the poster. So I don't think they're going to – yes, they're going to miss Creams, but the synergy's there with Magic Bear. That's who they got in with the play-ins. I feel like I said, sky is the limit for this team. Magic Bear is going to come in. This is the roster. Creams did his job as a sub.
Sure.
You come in and you do your best, and he did his best for sure. But Magic Bear is going to come in, and it's not going to be a problem for Jordan Percy.
Yep.
Sounds about right, man. Well, you don't want to miss the trees for the forest for the trees. Let's jump into the woods. You guys are on the horn, and of course, we've got the fantastic Strange Stranger on the observation. So let North America begin.
Subi, I really love that point you just made. I think the silent consistency is what brings teams over the top. When you have players who can contribute, even if they're not the highlight. Like you said, they were doing their job, but we weren't paying attention to them the same way we were with Creams. Of course, Spotlight's different, but I think that's the key, right? And I didn't mean any disrespect when I was talking about Percy and Jordan.
Of course not.
And the fact that they didn't stand out, it was because you have such an X factor at their sub, who, like you said, showed up, did his job. But the silent consistency, it's the unsung hero part that really stands out at the end of the day. You can look at Ixo as that kind of representative. As a guy who doesn't have great numbers, but he's doing everything you need from him, and when he does put up great numbers, it makes it even better in the end. Starting off board, we are with Jordan. as the ball will now be carried towards midfield. He's extending it down for Percy, but it's a nice demo, and that's going to be a two-man advantage, and back into the corner of Omni Nation for now, as we slow things down, and Zookeepers will have control as they push it into the corner.
And this is where they had problems last season, was the offensive end. That's what I'm going to be focusing on. Great play by Percy, but unfortunately the defender swoops in, saves the day for the Zookeepers, and a good clear downfield from Tool. Way to read the defense, get it over two players' heads, and get that ball into the orange half.
Of course, if you guys are just joining us, Omni Nation, formerly known as Affinity, and Zookeepers, who, congratulations to them, have just been picked up by RBG eSports. Still running under Zookeepers tag for now, but Omni Nation played last week, of course, won 1-0, and now will be moving in as a 1-0 start into the league, looking to make it a 2-0 series lead, but they have to get through Zookeepers, which of course have played last season, placed 9th. Not great, but it's good enough to bring you back here. Ball moving in towards Omni's half, and it's going to get pushed out towards mid. Now Bambi will send it back the other way. Let's see if anyone's able to follow up. I believe Porklet will be there. He will. Doesn't get a carry off, and Percy knocks it away. Now up a pass. It's going to be sent back into the corner before anyone really gets a good challenge on it.
And it feels like Omni Nation is just kind of seeing what the Zookeepers are bringing to the field right now. They're just playing patiently, just playing back. A little hesitant. Here comes Magic Bear. Fires on target, but Bambi there for the save. Good defensive rotations, and Percy has options available. Elected to take the shot himself instead of passing. They have won another opportunity, but the offense starting to get moving for the Omni Nation as the ball's in blue half.
Omni's really spreading the floor, getting that ball pushed around, creating those passing lanes that really allows them to chip away at the Zookeepers defense. They've done it last week, they'll do it here as well. And that's one of the things you have to look out for. A ball off the back wall is going to be knocked away. And now Porklet goes up for the challenge. He does get a nice hit, but it's Tool on the other side who has to flip back, and over the top is Bambi. Back to midfield, as Tool will follow in pursuit. He will grab it. It's challenged and won by Omni Nation. And Tool knocks it back to midfield, now up for Omni to grab.
Good cut there from Bambi on that side wall off the backboard, but Percy there for the read. Good clear downfield. Tool's there up on that side wall, and again, the sidewall passes trying to come into play, but they're too long. The defenses are able to sniff it out, but here's an opportunity coming out for the Zookeepers. 3-on-1, but great defense on that back wall from Magic Bear to get the clear.
Ball still in control of Omni as he pushes it up. Now carrying, oh, it's a big carry, and he's able to get it through, and Magic Bear strikes first. Thought for a second there was going to be a bit of a contest on the goal, but he's able to sneak it by. Just bounces off the left bar. And Magic Bear showing up, coming out with the kill one.
Great carry there from Jordan to go around the defender to the left and pass that ball off the side post. Open net for Magic Bear, and making a statement for himself, getting his first goal of the rival series here in game number 1.
It's a quick demo off the face-off, which could lead to another open opportunity. But nothing for now. Still a minute 45. Game 1 almost completely done. Still a 1-0 lead. Bambi now following. And it's poked away by Magic Bear back downfield as Porklet responds. But still Omni Nation doing a good job of controlling the pace, as they've been known to do before. A challenge on the ball, but it's won by the Zookeepers, and now they're in transition. They could get a good goal here. Wasn't able to flip it over the defender, and it gets poked out. Omni Nation doing a good job on defense, and one of the things we talked about with them is their ability to get ahead and kind of stay back and have some lackluster transitional defense. What are you seeing from them off the start?
Right off the start, the patience, just letting Zookeepers come forward to them, just daring them to outplay them. And so far, Zookeepers haven't really shown too much on offense. There's been no passes, and Percy can't sneak that one in. Porklet gets the clear. But one thing that I noticed last week from Omni Nation was there wasn't a ton of infield passes on offense, and I want to see this game if that changes, because Zookeepers are absolutely susceptible to those.
That soft touch was looking for a follow-up, but Tool wasn't really able to put any spin on it. And that lackluster power will punish you sometimes, like it did there. Ball now cleared away. Up for a challenge, but it's going to be Omni Nation who wins it for now. Back off the back wall, and that's a good hit down. Tool now trying to see if he can connect it to the top of the post, and here comes a shot. Porklet tying it up at 1 apiece.
Just a barrage of shots here, just under 30 seconds. Good poke there from Tool off the backboard. And Porklet there for the follow. Love the all-out offense there, realizing 30 seconds to go, down by 1. This could be their final opportunity. And because of that, they tie this game up.
Zookeepers winning the challenge off the side of the wall, really set that play up. And they followed it into a goal to tie this game up with 10 seconds. Tool now sends a booming clear into the corner of Omni Nation. Now back up at middle field.
He's got
Magic
boost.
Bear carrying by himself. Had no boost, looked like he might have been able to juggle it home, but it gets sent away. And we're gonna go to overtime for our first series of the North American spot. And it's gonna be Zookeepers who have control off the start.
Perfect way to start the afternoon. Porklet, great pass towards midfield, but no one there. Tool had already rotated back, but he's gonna keep this pressure, just fire another shot on target. But that's turning the ball over all the way downfield. No one there for the redirect, and this is dangerous. Ball down the field, but it's off target. Gonna allow Omni Nation to rotate back to defense.
9 times out of 10, Omni Nation should be able to recover on that. Ooh, a little bit of a dangerous one. But now Tool's gonna see if he can extend this play. Nope. It's gonna be off the back wall, and Omni Nation will easily grab that, but Bambi wants some part of it. Now into the corner of Zookeepers we go, but Tool's gonna cut it off at midfield. Following underneath, that's another nice hit, but can he get there in time? No sir, Percy will knock it out. No goal for you. Still, about a minute into this overtime, and no one has really put a shot down yet.
Like the pressure so far from the Zookeepers, keeping this ball in the orange half, refusing to let go of this. Just making Omni Nation use a ton of boost here. And the Zookeepers have done a great job so far on that back right boost pad of Omni Nation. They've stolen that quite a few times so far.
It's allowed them to kind of play the ball right down the middle of the field, which can be dangerous, but if you do it right, keeps the boost out of Omni Nation's corner. Jordan's still kind of hovering on defense. Percy with a big booming clear. And now it's a chance for Omni Nation to get some ground back. They've been stuck in their half for about a minute 35.
There it
now
is.
Here comes a shot down, but it's blocked away. Magic Bear with a big save. Hits it again. Zookeepers get control, but it's Percy on the other side. He doesn't touch it. And back into the corner of Omni Nation before it gets sent the other way.
Good poke from Jordan all the way downfield. Makes Porklet use a bunch of boost to get back. Looking for the demo as well, but Magic Bear, great challenge. Good 50-50 in the corner. This ball's up. Porklet in the air. Can he make connection? Yes, he does. Gets it towards midfield. And once again, back and forth play. Neither team willing to budge on defense.
Jordan recognized the bad angle and he allowed Magic to rotate over. Here comes Bambi with a one-on-one opportunity, and it looked like it might have been there. No one's able to follow up. Oh, he's not able to knock it through as the good defensive hold from Omni Nation will keep them in this overtime. Magic Bear still hovering back. They are turtling in their own side. Zookeepers, this relentless attack has not led to anything yet. Omni Nation, I'm not sure how they're still managing this, but they have yet to give up.
Oh, Percy just barely got beat out there by Tool. That's gonna lead to a turnover. And great challenge from Bambi to keep this in the orange half. And Porklet again. I am loving the aggression we're seeing right now from the Zookeepers, just forcing Omni Nation to try and get those booming clears over their head. And so far, that's not worked well at all.
One could argue they have a lot more to prove than Omni Nation. One probably is right. They're playing like it now. 3 minutes have passed in this overtime, and no one has scored yet. Maybe that'll change in the next couple of seconds as Magic Bear gets a soft hit up. Off the back wall is Porklet. He's going to carry by himself. Percy knocks it away back to midfield. We might close into the 4-minute mark before we see any kind of shot down. There goes one. Not able to follow up as Bambi. It was just off the side of the post. Now Porklet gets a shot, and Porklet gets the goal. Zookeepers punching it in. They take the overtime 2-1.
Beautiful infield pass here from Tool, and a better shot coming out from Porklet. Perfect accuracy to find that upper left 90. And Zookeepers, offense was definitely present here in their first matchup of the rival series. Finding shots, not a problem, and they withheld against Omni Nation.
The longer you push and push and push after that defensive hold, the more opportunities you're going to have for one person to slip up, one person to not pay attention. One of these times, one of those cracks will show through. Omni Nation just could not get out of their own half. For like the majority of that overtime, they struggled to find a shot opportunity. They struggled to clear the field. They struggled to find lanes of which to pass that ball. And you got to tip your hats to Zookeepers, just relentlessly going shot after shot, controlling the boost on the left hash, and finding ways to make a play.
Yeah, and they controlled the boost not only at midfield and not only that back right corner that I called out, but also back left corner. They were controlling every single big boost pad that's on the field. All of them were in favor of the Zookeepers there, and it resulted in Omni Nation not being able to break out, no transition offense whatsoever, and I really liked Zookeepers. They would break rotations every now and then to just put a touch on the ball, just so Omni Nation couldn't get that booming clear over their heads, just to 50-50 it. And that was the difference maker. That was the difference maker in this match, was just that constant aggression that we didn't see last season from them.
Yeah, it's really hard to break out when you can't even get control of your own boost. Like when you can't find a way to move towards midfield, whether or not you're trying to carry, just get yourself out there and create momentum. You can't do it if you don't have boost. And you got to really tip your hats to Zookeepers. They came out really, really hot in the start of game one. They responded with a goal, and they were able to move it into overtime and stall Omni Nation from getting any kind of momentum. Now, moving into game two, let's see if they can continue that same success here. It's into the corner of Omni Nation before it gets shot downfield. Looked like a passing opportunity, but Percy wasn't able to really make anything happen. And Jordan now will carry from his own side, trying to set up a play for Percy, and he makes a defender miss. Ball in a precarious spot. His Porklet flies over, and here comes Omni Nation.
And Jordan was looking for a defender to take out of the picture, got him out of the net, and Percy strikes the open target.
This is what we were looking for in that overtime. Creating passing lanes, creating abilities to find a spot, a weakness in Zookeepers' defense. They did it. They moved the ball past midfield. They were able to clear out a couple of defenders, and they punched that one through. Again, like game one, now up 1-0. Can they hold on?
Oh, another bump! Jordan, another one in the goal, and my goodness, the aggression on display from Omni Nation.
Seems like they might have woken up a little bit. Now up 2-0. And we still have 4 minutes to play. So strap yourselves in, guys. It's going to be a long one. Up for a challenge. Oh, no. That could be another goal. Are you kidding me? Just bounces out by the luck of the draw. Here comes Magic Bear trying to follow it up for 3. We haven't even hit the minute mark. We could have been looking at 3 goals. This ball is up for a challenge. It's sent into the corner. Tool now responds, sends it back the other way. And Percy will get a booming clear. Bambi sends it back to Magic Bear, who tries to pass it out to his teammate. And they get sent into the corner of Omni Nation. Jordan slowing it down. Trying to find a player in midfield. That's a big demo. Now into the corner of Zookeepers. Here comes a passing opportunity. It's centered, but it's right behind a teammate. That was Jordan in a bad situation. Couldn't get a good hit.
Tool turns that ball over at midfield, but there's Bambi, just booms it back into the offensive half of Omni Nation. And right now, Omni Nation doing so well on offense now that they can finally get it started. And the answer to that was a few demos, just to keep the Zookeepers on their toes. And one thing that we saw last week when Omni Nation was playing against the Warriors was, hold that thought, because that ball's in net. Porklet finds the open target, and this was the point that I was about to make. Omni Nation, very aggressive in offense, and those booming clears, if they're on target, that's what's going to happen.
That's how you get punished. We've seen that a couple of times today. Just going for an extremely aggressive push, and you leave 3 players out. You can't fall back that easily. Here comes another booming clear with some potential. Gets knocked away, and that could be a second goal, all blocked just at the last second. Jordan with the save.
Great diving save on the goal line, and numbers for Omni Nation. Percy can't get it over Tool. Great 1v1 defense, but this ball's off that back wall, and Bambi, it's a last-second touch, but Omni Nation starting to heat up in the offensive zone. Grab that boost steal as well, but Tool carrying this down that side wall slows it down and going to turn into offense for the Zookeepers.
What I'm seeing from Omni Nation that we didn't see last game was controlling midfield. They've done it perfectly. Here comes another opportunity. It's knocked away. Did they find a way to stay at midfield? Yes,
another demo.
They've been punished before. Not this time. Magic Bear with another goal. Now makes it 3-1. And so many times when you think they're going to get punished with a booming clear, it shows you that if you continue to put pressure in midfield and you make Zookeepers uncomfortable, you can find open nets. Now up by 2.
I think Omni Nation have found the Achilles heel of the Zookeepers, and if you take one member out of defense, the rest will follow, and Percy sneaks it under the crossbar, and Omni Nation go up by 3.
Yeah, and this was the Omni Nation we were looking to see in Game 1. This is what we saw from them last week. Yes, they have some issues when it comes to defensive rotations and the ability to fall back, but when they get going and they don't let up, it leads to stuff like this.
They're a freight train rolling downhill. It's just so hard to stop them.
And that's going to be sent in the corner up for a challenge. It is Omni Nation who wins it. You can thank Percy for that. Porklet now trying to follow in pursuit to extend this play.
Great demo.
Ball still at Omni Nation's half. Another.
You've awoken the dragon.
And that ball hits off the back wall. Now waiting. It's a dangerous clear. Jordan now falls back in goal. Has no boost, however. Percy now is going to carry it right over midfield. Flicked it above 1. Wasn't able to get it above the second. Still dangerous in their hash. This could be a goal if they're not careful. But it will get knocked away. Magic Bear timing it, playing it perfectly.
The Zookeepers starting to get a little more aggressive here. Minute and a half to go, but it's going to be so difficult to find 3 goals. It's basically one every 30 seconds, and Magic Bear taking Tool out in mid-air just off that ball. And the pass forward to him. Good shot forward, going to waterfall down, but Tool reads it perfectly.
Have to start feeling the panic just a little bit for Zookeepers. Minute left. Of course, series is by no means over by any stretch of the imagination, but you're down by 3. Realistically, you need a goal about now to make this somewhat of a possibility. As Magic Bear just sits it up into the corner to burn some time. He has a teammate at midfield. Here comes an opportunity. Could they follow it up? Zookeepers with a spike down. Here comes Bambi, and it gets knocked away. Last minute by Magic Bear. And Percy tries to go up for the contest. No, sir. We'll see you in the other corner as Zookeepers now have control.
Yeah, this one going to go in favor of Omni Nation. I love the turnaround from Game 1 to Game 2 that we saw here. And Jordan getting another one here. Second of the game. He's also got 2 assists to boot.
Right place, right time. Job well done, Omni Nation. Closing out Game 2, up by 4. And as we move into Game 3, I know it's a little bit preliminary, but I still think it's important to talk about what Omni Nation are we going to get in Game 3. Are we going to get this one? Or are we going to get a bit of a timid offensive push that we saw in Game 1? And you had to tip your hats to Zookeepers on that.
Honestly, the ball is completely in the Zookeepers' court. They saw what Omni Nation changed from Game 1 to Game 2. Percy getting a hat trick here in Game 2. The goals just keep piling up for Omni Nation.
Now, Subi, if you could expound upon that note you made a little bit earlier, kind of pulling a player out of defense for Zookeepers. Omni Nation was able to make it basically a 3-on-2 in the goal. What are you seeing from them? Is it just their ability to bait players out of the box, or is it more of they've kind of found ways to create holes for Zookeepers that they can't respond to?
Oh, they're just creating holes, just making Swiss cheese out of the defense, and their accuracy is on point right now. I mean, Jordan, first week coming into the rival series, last week coming in shooting 33%. That's just the guy's showing he's got an iron gullet, and coming in, firing shot after shot. 7 from Percy. Jordan, 4 of them, you know, shooting 50% here. The Omni Nation was on fire, and when you're playing a 3v2 half the match, it's pretty easy to hit that open net.
And of course, Magic Bear had 1 goal, 2 assists, 2 shots, 2 saves. He did everything. That's exactly what you needed from him, especially looking at how last week turned out. You needed him to come in. Even if you're not scoring 6, 7 goals, you need to get involved. He did it there. That's exactly why this team is formidable. And looking at Zookeepers, I wasn't as impressed. Of course, the scoreline kind of reflects that. They were caught back on defense a couple of times. They're caught slipping. But the important thing to note is that Omni Nation kind of looks like they've woken up a little bit. And now we're looking at a Game 3 where momentum is everything. Of course, Omni Nation won last week 3-1. And they move into this series now tied at 1 apiece. This is a swing game for either team. You really have to come out and strike early, continue to put insurance goals on the board, and you could be looking at a 2-1 edge.
Well, I think what we saw from Game 2 was kind of what we saw from Zookeepers last season, just a lack of offense. Game 2, they only totaled 5 shots as a team. And, I mean, yeah, they weren't on the field for half the time because they kept getting demoed all over the place,
Yep.
but Omni Nation were the ones making that happen. If you're on the Zookeepers, you kind of say, you know what? Let's take a page from their book. Let's fight fire with fire. Let's just go for demos ourselves and see what happens. We'll turn it into a 2v2 if we have to.
And it's easy to have good offense when you have good defense. Problem is you need both to have a successful recipe for success. Somewhere in there is an English sentence you guys can work out amongst yourselves. Jordan now sends it up, and Percy's going to carry this one, and he gets knocked away. Back into the corner of Omni Nation as they have control again. Tool looked to make something happen, but it wasn't there. A booming clear before Porklet punches it into the corner, and now Bambi sends it back to midfield for Tool, which was a good passing lane, but it's punched away, and Percy gets the last laugh by knocking it into the corner.
I wouldn't mind seeing more of that from the Zookeepers, just putting a shot on target from midfield, a transition shot. Exactly. You're forcing the defense to make a play on it, and eventually they're going to make a mistouch that you can capitalize on.
It builds good karma, being able to get out of your own half consistently. You never know what will fall through.
No, I think Karma plays game 4 today.
If I could slap my knee, I would. That was really good. I'm proud of you. Bambi now going to be at midfield, falling back on defense. That's going to be off the back wall. Another demo by Magic Bear. Now a 3-2 advantage for about a second. And back to full numbers is both sides. Porklet now following.
Holy cow! Where did that power come from? Percy's been doing his bench press, obviously.
Didn't look like anything until all of a sudden, bang.
71 miles per hour from the elbow. My goodness, that's just disgusting. Good luck.
Catch you off guard.
Good luck saving that.
Doesn't matter if you're casting it, if you're playing it, that'll catch you off guard. And that's dangerous. That is a dangerous goal to have in game 3. Another demo by Magic. Porklet now centering it, but Bambi couldn't control it. It's going to be a pass into the corner by Tool. Let's see who's able to get there first. It's going to be a shot off the bank, and it gets knocked away. Still a good challenge contest from Omni Nation. They get it back into Zookeepers' half. They've done such a great job of just finding ways to be annoying on the top of the pitch. And now you're looking at a situation where they're going for an insurance goal. It's going to be knocked away at the last second. Magic Bear does get the touch. Porklet trying to follow over. He doesn't get the double tap. And it's still up for Omni Nation to control.
Oh, this is a dangerous ball. Those are hard saves. Good touch from Tool there to put it into the corner. Over to his teammate, allow Porklet to go up and get this ball at top of the box, but Jordan's back there waiting patiently.
They continue to burn time. Here comes a shot. No, sir, blocked away. You have 3 players there. Here comes a follow-up. Porklet bumped another player while going for that challenge, but it will be Percy who gets a flick over. That could have been big. But Bambi saves it in time. Now off the back wall, Omni Nation looking to follow it up.
Oh, a team bump coming out from Percy and Magic Bear there.
No, sir. Pushed into the corner, and again, Omni Nation find ways to get shots down on goal, and even if they don't connect, they're still at midfield to follow it up. It's just great execution from Omni Nation. This is what we expected from them. Zookeepers looking to respond with a goal to tie this game up. And they need something now. You can't let this game dwindle away like you did game 2. That's going to be off the back wall. Is anyone going to be able to follow up? No.
Dangerous.
Off the top of the post, it goes for a challenge. It does get stuffed in the box. And down in the corner, Bambi can't control it. And here comes an opportunity before Tool knocks it away.
That was a beautiful swat from Jordan there, just turning that shot completely away. Tool was looking for a demo there. The great pass comes out, and Porklet there for the finish. Zookeepers tie up game 3.
They needed to do it now, and they did it. They capitalize, they execute, they find a way. A minute 33. Still plenty of time for either side, but you need something to respond to. You need some momentum. Game 2 wasn't as close as you would have liked. And now could be a quick goal in transition off the face-off. But for now, they stall it out. Now Tool's going to set up for a teammate, up for a challenge. Who's going to win it? It will be Omni Nation, and it will be a goal. Percy, hello. Welcome to the party. There's a quick goal for you.
And a triple commit coming out for the Zookeepers right there in midfield. Percy sees it and just shoots that one between the sticks, giving Omni Nation the late lead.
We talk about punishing when having control of midfield. That's probably the #1 part in the textbook you're going to want to turn to. The ability to win the face-off, continue to put pressure in midfield, and find a way to create an opening is what separates Omni Nation from a bunch of other rosters. Their biggest problem has been defense, but for now, their offense has taken care of that ailment. That's a nice booming hit up to the top of the ceiling. As Porklet responds, gonna send it down, but it's knocked away. Magic Bear and Percy having good control of their own side. And it's out of the box for now, back to midfield as Jordan tries to follow up. Still on the side of the wall for anyone to grab, and it will be Omni Nation. Here comes another hit off the side of the wall and back into the corner before Tool tries to get a flip over. Nope, this could be dangerous. And Porklet's gonna carry with 30 seconds left. They gotta get a score here.
Woo, Magic Bear baits by one, gets a flick around the second in numbers. Coming out from Omni Nation, good touch from Percy, forcing Porklet to dive on the goal line. But this is it, last chance coming out for the Zookeepers. Then Tool gonna push that one in, no! Turned aside by Magic Bear. The defense standing strong for Omni Nation.
You needed a lucky bounce, it doesn't come. You got 1 second. And that should do it. Oh, you need something like that to bounce your way. Unfortunately, it does not. Omni Nation survived by the skin of their teeth to take game 2, now up 2-1 in the series. This is very reminiscent of what we saw last week, and Zookeepers got aggressive a little too late. Oh, and you gotta feel for them in that situation.
I mean, if this is American football, that's good. That's good, because that ball was across the goal line there, but Rocket League, the whole thing's got to be in the net, and it was just inches away from going in, and then another shot came, and Omni Nation, as a team, were there as just a brick wall, not allowing anything to go in.
Yeah.
The defense is the difference maker right now for Omni Nation. Zookeepers cannot do anything to get past that.
That's one of those lucky bounces you really need to fall your way. I mean, whether or not it's early game, it's not late game, you can't bank on that to happen. They get a little bit aggressive, and it doesn't pay off. Of course, we were kind of harping on them throughout the game, saying you guys need to sort of make a momentum push. You need to start getting a presence at midfield. They weren't able to do it. Omni Nation, a couple of good hits, and that booming clear did connect, but still, I mean, I'm impressed with Zookeepers' defense for the start, but it's just been lackluster offense. We need good defense to pair with good offense, and that leads to positive results all around. We haven't seen that yet, and maybe if they get a little bit more aggressive in Game 3, that lucky bounce will fall for them.
Yeah, aggression was what I was going to hone in there. You got to go through, and when you're rotating out of the zone on offense, look for a defender to bump or demo or just get out of the picture regardless. That's the only way they're going to disrupt Omni right now, because the infield passes aren't working. The passes trying to transition from defense to offense into an immediate shot, that's not working. So you have to try something different here in game number 4. Your backs are against the wall. If you lose this one, you're going down to 0-1 in the rival series.
Well, it's series point for Omni Nation, looking to go up 2-0 in the rival series. Of course, like you just heard, this is Zookeepers' final game to really make a stand if you want to push this series the distance. Let's see if they can switch up their own individual meta and try to get a little bit more aggressive. Well, Perseus wants none of it. Here comes a follow-up from Magic, but it's going to be sent the other way. And on defense was Jordan. They stall for now. They get control of their own hash. Here comes a shot, but Magic Bear is going to say no, sir. Now back into the corner, off the back wall. No one's going to follow up for Zookeepers. They do miss a hit, and now they have to fall back on defense as one player's out on rotation.
Oh, great pass. The shot just off target, needed to get that underneath the crossbar. Couldn't quite find his mark, and Porklet carries it all the way downfield. And one thing that we were talking about in game 1 that Zookeepers was doing really well was taking the boost away from Omni Nation, and that hasn't been present in games 2 and 3. And along with some demos, I think if they go for boost steals a little more, that's another way that they can slow Omni Nation down.
It may seem rather textbook, but the more boosts you steal, the less likely it is they're going to keep flying into your half. So if they can find a way to do that again, that could have been a really big momentum swing. It wasn't able to connect, but you got to think that Zookeepers knows this. They have to find a way to slow down Omni Nation, slow down that assault. Here comes another challenge. Porklet on his lonesome. Bambi to follow suit. He's going to try and extend this play off the back wall, but it gets sent back towards midfield before Tool stalls it out. Here comes a follow-up, knocked away. Back to midfield we go.
Oh, Bambi was looking to come in. Got demoed by Jordan. Here's Percy, one-on-one, looking for a double tap. turned away by Tool. Good defense here coming out from the Zookeepers.
Another shot opportunity knocked away. Tool does get it out. Percy now trying to control the pitch. It's bumped up. Good play by him. Here comes a possibility for a double touch. No. Sent away again and off the back of Bambi. That's what we're talking about. Zookeepers, welcome to Game 3.
Bambi gets the first initial pass, comes off the backboard, and Bicycle kicks it into the goal. Man, I love highlight reel goals.
Welcome to Game 4 is the correct way to say that. Beautiful play, and that's some of the luck we were talking about. They need a lucky bounce. That could have been it. That could be the one to break the gates open. But for now, you still have to look at Omni Nation, their ability to create plays on the fly. This game is far from over. 2:23. All the time in the world. Here comes another shot opportunity just off the left post. Porklet sends it up into the corner, and Tool will grab control of it for now. No one to follow up as Magic tries to push it up. Again, stalling in their base is Omni. Looking for an opportunity to clear it out. Magic Bear trying to make anything out of nothing.
Nice ceiling pinch, but very difficult read. Magic Bear was up for it. Didn't get the touch, and boom. There goes the ball from Porklet, but that one's just going to be handed right back to Omni Nation. There it is. There's the transition pass coming out of the defensive end. But Omni Nation waiting patiently. Minute 40 to go in this match. They're still looking to find one goal, but plenty of time to work with.
It's basically a reverse of what we saw earlier. Here's a nice shot up. Sent away. Back into midfield. Omni Nation looking like Zookeepers from Game 2. That could be dangerous. Right off the back of the wheel. Bambi sends it right down long. It touches off one defender, but it doesn't matter. It was too hot. 56 is just enough.
And there it is. Omni Nation got caught slipping. We saw it earlier in the game, or earlier in the series rather, where all three members were pushed up, and that's exactly what happened. That clear just went over their head, and now they're chasing two. It's gonna be a difficult one, and if they can't do it, we're looking at Game 5.
I think it's pretty safe to say we're going to go to Game 5.
That's a bold statement.
It is. I know. I think that's a pretty rare prediction, but I think whoever scores more goals here, if they're down in the series, will see a Game 5.
That's fair.
But one of the things that you have to take away from this is just kind of the flip that Zookeepers has done in Omni. Omni Nation playing very, very timid, having to sit back on defense because they haven't found an opening at midfield. Zookeepers punishing them. Relentless.
There it
another
is.
Another demo. 2 in a row. Back to full numbers for both sides, but it doesn't matter. You got 30 seconds. What can they make happen? Nothing. An awkward carry leads to nothing.
Jordan was looking for the bump on Bambi. Magic Bear probably let him know that shot was on target, but unfortunately could not make contact, and 15 seconds to go. This is nothing but looking for some style points for Zookeepers as they are going to force game number 5.
I think it's only fitting that this would go the distance. You have some defensive issues, some offensive issues for both sides. We're looking at Game 5. You know, I'm impressed with both sides. I'm impressed with Zookeepers' ability to bounce back, to respond after the last couple of games. I'm impressed with Omni Nation's relentless attack. Not as impressed with defense on either side, but it's been back and forth this whole series. I mean, we're looking at a Game 5 that really tells the tale of this whole series. It's been back and forth consistently, and no one's really been able to break away, and that's what I take away from this so far.
And another thing that I'm going to take away from this, someone other than Porklet scored in this series for the Zookeepers. Up until that point, through 3 games, Porklet was the only one scoring for Zookeepers. Bambi comes in, steps up, gets 2 for him, and that's all they needed to force a Game 5. Now, I'm just looking at Tool. He hasn't shown up since Game 1. He got 2 assists there, but 2, 3, and 4, absolutely quiet. He is doing his part on defense, absolutely, but I want to see a little more offense from him, and I absolutely think that they can take down Omni Nation.
Maybe that's really what you need. I mean, everyone's been quiet, all except Porklet. Now, Bambi shows up, gets 2 good hits, gets 2 goals. It's a completely different ballgame. We're going to Game 5. Zookeepers, you want to come out, you want to start the season hot, you want to make amends for last year. You have an opportunity to tie your record. This could be it. Omni Nation, You have to stay aggressive. We didn't see that really in the last game. Game 2 and 3, they had it, but right now, I mean, it's been all of Zookeepers. Again, I mean, just back and forth we go. I'm just so impressed with the ability of Zookeepers to continue to find a way to adjust and take what we said to heart, whether or not, obviously, they're able to hear it, but regardless, they're slowing down Omni Nation. It's done just enough. Moving into Game 5. Who's going to strike first? The face-off was won by Zookeepers, but it's back into Omni Nation's corner. And for now, that ball is still up. Down a little bit dangerously as Porklet comes over top. Where is Bambi? Tool at midfield. And it's passed out, but Porklet has to fly back. Here comes Bambi over the top, but he isn't able to connect.
On a bomb downfield from Magic Bear, but good carry from Tool to put it into the corner. And the infield pass was there, but Percy a little too far back, and good challenge there by Porklet to keep it in midfield. Zookeepers not making a misstep here in game number 5. 40 seconds have gone by, but man, they've controlled the pitch up and down.
It's another demo in favor of Zookeepers. Make that 2 now at 3-on-1. Here's an opportunity, but you only got about another half second. Goodbye. Back to full numbers we go. Bambi trying to carry it overneath. There goes a shot into the corner. And it's stripped away from Zookeepers for the time being.
And Zookeepers continue to get those boost steals in the back corner, grabbing the big boost pads. That's on target. Great challenge there in midfield from Percy. And Omni Nation squeeze one from midfield.
Fortune favors the bold. Those lucky bumps will favor whoever is more aggressive on the hit. Congratulations, Omni Nation. Rhyming has been my #1 thing. You now are up 1-0 in Game 5. Can Zookeepers respond? That is the big question. What has changed from last season? What are we going to see that's different? Now is your opportunity to shine, and now is your opportunity to strike. Back up into the corner. Tool's going to follow it down. He's going to carry. Porklet does get a hit. It's going to send it all the way to Omni. Percy, though, will send it back to midfield. Tool will meet it, and that's a demo in favor of Omni. Now make that
Open. 2. Oh, Tool comes at the last second. Able to spawn in and get the save on that ball. They're not out just yet. Jordan was looking for a demo on Bambi, who was already in the air. And Omni Nation starting to get to work. The whirlpool of rotations are starting to progress, and here comes the pass. But Porklet reads that perfectly. But Bambi cheating up at midfield, maybe looking for a pass, but putting his team down on defense in a 3v2 scenario.
Omni Nation really reminds me of Weedham Girls and the fact they get up a goal and they don't hesitate to go for another. They share similarities there, but they do lack some defensive prowess. Bambi gets a hit up. Here comes another opportunity for Omni Nation before it's sent back to midfield and into their half. Porklet over the top. He could have an opportunity to punch it down. He's not able to do it. No boost. Who else is going to be there? Tool, no. Punched out by the top of the post. And it'll punish you if you don't get a good shot down.
Oh, and Percy's got an opportunity. Ball on his hood, gets the flick, but Tool reads that perfectly, pre-jumps it, and Porklet gonna run downfield with this one. Jordan likes to just go up that side wall, play it slow. Good, smart play coming out from Omni Nation on defense.
Stalling is Omni Nation. They have control of midfield for now. That's a hit up, and it's gonna be easily taken away. Now Magic Bear follows off the back wall. Who else is gonna be there? They win the challenge. That's Percy. It wasn't good enough to set up a passing opportunity. Now Porklet has an opportunity, but it's knocked away. Magic Bear coming over the top to steal that one.
The transitions from the Zookeepers have been perfect here in the last half of gameplay. That is for sure. They're passing the ball down to a teammate, able to push it onto offense. And look at this pass. Porklet for Tool does get cut off, but you're forcing Magic Bear to go up. He's using a ton of boost. And now Magic Bear looking to transition into offense, gets that boost steal, and that's a little payback right there.
They're looking to convert it into a goal. They want to tie this up, of course. Porklet with a hit up. Who else is going to be there to meet it? It will be Magic Bear, who sends it back into blue territory. Tool now carrying. No one else is there. It seems like these one-on-one hits don't really lead to anything. You do have players on defense, but what else are you going to bring? When's the hammer going to come down and strike? Bambi couldn't carry it. That's a poke out. You have 50 seconds to make a play.
Good demo, but a misplay in the corner gonna lead to disaster. Bambi there for the save. 40 seconds to go. Zookeepers looking for a goal, but Jordan meets that ball in mid-air. Zookeepers still have the ball, but still have yet to put a good shot on target.
Porklet was demoed, so that cut off any access towards a pass from the top. Porklet looking for boost. Oh, that's a long hit downfield. Oh, it could have been a good touch, but no, sir. Jordan knocks it away. Jordan now looking to get a second hit. Jordan knocks it up for Magic. Magic now carrying, but it's pushed out by Tool. Percy punches it into the corner. Tool comes over top.
Ooh, right idea.
Porklet now hitting it back up for a teammate. No one's going to follow. They need a booming clear, and this game is over. 1 second, you can't touch the ground. This could be series, and it will be. Omni Nation 2-0 in rival series. They closed it out with just 1 goal. That's all they needed. It was from Percy. We talked about needing more than Porklet to step up. We talked about Tool. He did have 2 saves, but Bambi, no assists on either side for Tool. Bambi, Porklet, no shots. Only 1 shot in Game 5 from Zookeepers. That is why they fall 1-0.
Well, I mean, only 5 shots from Omni Nation. Both teams playing super hesitant there. Well,
1 shot.
1 shot. And I think this one proved fortune favors the bold, and Omni Nation went and just snatched this match away from Zookeepers.
Yeah.
Zookeepers had the momentum. They had Omni Nation pushed up against the wall, and they just couldn't get the job done. But with that being said, I'm impressed with what we saw from them. This looks like a brand new team from last season. It looks like this team is going to definitely put themselves in the middle of the pack, if not the top of the pack. If they can continue the play in the defensive end like they did to just transition that ball quickly to offense, it's just the simple mistakes that we need to see get fixed.
Yeah, and those lucky bounces favored Omni Nation because they got a little bit aggressive on that challenge in midfield. It was a quick bounce right into the goal, but that's a situation where it'll fall in your favor if you continue to stay aggressive on the pitch. The problem is that Zookeepers just didn't do it enough. We didn't see enough from them of creating opportunities. A couple of mismatches and those one-on-one engagements that didn't really work out. I mean, there was a couple of situations where they left 2 players back on defense. You have 1 guy bringing the ball forward to extend the play. You can't grant anything out of that. There's no positive that's going to come from that. You need more of a team effort, but I like what I see. This is a good building ground. They look better than last season, and Omni Nation, again, look really, really good. Those lucky bounces do fall for them, but they look like they finally found their footing, and they were able to bring it out, and that's kind of what we expected in this series.
Well, we just got to see one of our rookie teams go to 2-0 in the rival series.
Not bad.
Up next, we're going to see if another rookie team can follow suit. We're going to have Stromboli looking good so far this season, going up against some high flyers of monkey business. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In another week, it will be not.
get it while it's hot.
I don't know why I let you, but you had to light a spark in me. Lost control, falling over, getting pulled in by your gravity. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in So far gone, I'm caught up, infatuated by our symmetry. It feels like before now, I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Rival Series, where I get to admit that I was wrong and I don't know how to throw to a break. Up next is not Stromboli and Monkey Business. I don't know what I was reading. That's the third match of the day. Up next is going to be Mirage and 72-pin connector. I can read, I promise. I'm so sorry,
Oh,
guys.
I'm still a part
I'm
of the
so
show?
sorry.
It's still, okay. Well, we can move on to match 3.
I can't move on past
And
that.
we-
I'm going to lose sleep.
It's okay.
Well, we will move on to match number 2. Don't worry, we'll get over
Okay.
Stromboli and Monkey Business. But for now, it is Mirage versus 72 pin connectors. Of course, Mirage, the team formerly known as Omelet. And frankly, we haven't seen them yet, so welcome to the big stage. What can you say about Mirage?
Mirage, well, they used to be an org in the Rocket League scene. They were in, I'm losing it, North American Rocket League Invitational. They had a team, and Taroko happened to be on that, who is now on Chaos Esports Club.
Yep.
So they're not new to the scene, but this is a new team to the scene under the Mirage Esports banner. And I could tell you, Freshness, used to be Joe Freshness, definitely played, and that was Season 7 and Season 8. I'm still eating myself up over that throw. That is just,
Well,
I can't even get over it. That's just
To greener pastures. We'll get to greener pastures.
we'll let Subi recover. Hopefully,
Oh, boy.
72 PC can recover because last week was not their week. 72 pin connectors will be going head-to-head against Mirage this time around. As Subi set the table for us, Luke, Freshness, and Russell will represent Mirage and 72 PC. Jacob, Demo, and Lion Blaze, excuse me. So the storyline here, quite obviously, is that Jacob, in all of his superlative and RLCS experience, has grabbed Demo Cat and Lion Blaze and lost week number 1. So can they bounce back? And again, sort of what I asked you about a similar situation in Europe. I mean, this Jacob, Demo, Lion Blaze, a lot of eyes on this squad, right? So when we look at their performance week number 1, is that indicative of the team, or is the unseen victory indicative of the team?
well, look, they played arguably one of the best teams in the rival series. They played Chaos Esports Club, who
Sure.
have corrupted G, former RLCS veteran, and they looked like they were firing on all cylinders, and they
Jacob's
took
a
them.
veteran, too.
Well, correct, but he's been out of the scene for 2 seasons, and that to me is eons. That is so long. The meta has shifted drastically since he was in the league, but he's still a fantastic player. He's still going to do well, and they still took Chaos to Game 5, so they didn't do bad. I think they're going to do very well against inexperienced teams, against rookie teams.
Yeah.
Hello, Mirage. That's who they're looking at this week.
Mirage, as we said, Luke was around for Season 8, but the other two guys kind of newer into the scene. And so, Spaceman, set the table for us. What can you say about Mirage going into 72?
Yeah, Luke and Russell are new, but the really important thing to take away, it's not a negative against them, but freshness is the reason they're here. I mean, he hits a qualifying shot in Game 3 of the play-ins. They make their way into the rival series, so you have to put all of your praise on him for now because he's the reason we're now sitting here talking about them. But one thing I noticed, especially watching them during the play-ins, is that they control space very well. They play it like a pro team. They have great control mid-map, and that causes a chokehold on a lot of teams to find those boosts and those midfield pressures, and they were able to get a 3-0 win over Stompers with that fashion. So I'm really interested to see how they slow down Lion Blaze, they slow down Jacob in midfield. That's something that those guys had trouble with playing against Chaos last week. And we talked about the chess match dynamic. This is a situation where Lion Blaze, again, was that third party who kind of was an unsung hero. He needs to step up because Jacob wasn't too impressive. He did just enough, even with 2 years out, just about internal timings. Mechanics are there, no question about it, but you have to find a way to continue that momentum. This is another situation, again, harping on the same fact as always. Mirage can come out and steal this if they play it right.
I'm excited to get to your prediction, and it better not be predictable. Subi, though, we'll start with you. You have had a lot to say, honestly, about both these squads. You seemed excited about Mirage. Is that where you're putting your money?
I'm excited about Mirage. I'm excited to see Joe Freshness on the field again. He's a very fun player to watch. I'm excited to see Luke take the field. I've played with him before, and ever since I first played with him, it was like, oh, this guy is quick. He's something special, and lo and behold, he's in the rival series. But with that being said, 72-pin connector looked very good last week. And they look like a team that is going to only get better with time, and I think this is their week to shine. I have 72-pin connector in this matchup.
Yeah, I do too. I know that's pretty predictable, I know, but I have them too, and for very clear reasons. Number one, looking at just the talent on the roster, that can go a long way. Looking at the fact that Demo basically was his name. I mean, consistently Demo. He found a way to stay involved in the plays, but you have the unsung hero with Jacob, who can also show up alongside Lion Blaze. Jacob, I mean, again, we can always say 2 years out is a long time, but it's never about mechanics. That's never the question when a player comes back. It's always about internal timing, synergies, chemistry in game. Are they able to keep that up as they come back into the scene? We saw a little bit of that last week. It looked like there was just rust. They needed to get off their shoulders. Now they're in. The team's had a week to look at VOD, review, possibly practice. I'm looking at them to close the deal and finally find themselves in the win column here.
I'm here with my two analysts, 72 pin connectors. Absolutely, I think just have a lot of what they need in order to take this one. I can lean on all the good things that you guys said about the way that they play. I'm just going to come down to the fact that Jacob's got a big hat, and I think that's funny. So at the end of the day, 72 PC is going to be my pick here. All three of us kind of agree on that one. And on a serious note, real quick, I think that, Jacob kind of leading the squad. You talked a lot about the practice and the rehearsal and the VOD review.
Yeah.
That's what I talk about. I talk about there's a difference between playing and winning. And that's that type of mentality that Jacob can hopefully teach the team.
Yeah, and another thing is you could tell there was a little bit of nerves. Yes, he's been on the grand stage. He's played in those big moments, but coming back into the scene, trying to make a name for yourself once again, that's a lot of weight on your shoulders. So he wasn't shooting the best. He was shooting around 12%. He missed a lot of shots. And I honestly think if 72 pin connectors shot better last week, they take down Chaos. So this week, they just have to hit their shots.
No, I agree. It was a complete chess match. You and I, whether it was in-game, off game, we talked about it all week. We said that was probably one of the closest series we've ever seen back and forth. And I think the fact that he's finally back in rotation, you have a good team around you. Demo is a good player. You have Lion Blaze, who we didn't talk about a lot last week, and looking at what he was able to accomplish, just the ability to stay involved on the plays, create passing opportunities. Jacob didn't score all the time, but he was involving himself with it. If you have good players around you who are willing to pick you up, knowing that you're a veteran, you can only learn from that. So this is a really good opportunity for Jacob to finally find himself back in the good spotlight, and this team has a long way to go. The ceiling is high for them, and they can really put on a good show.
Mentioned a lot about learning, a lot about practice, a lot about what we do on the off weeks. Now it's time to actually put up or shut up. Get on the battlefield. Gentlemen, take us away.
Subi, We both picked 72 PC. Of course, everyone in the chat, I'd love to know what you guys are thinking, if you think we are correct, or if you think we don't see something properly and you're thinking that Omni's going to run away with it. But one of the things that we have to look at, again, talked about all the time, is Jacob. He's the guy. He's been in the pro scene, spent 2 years away, now back down in the rival series. He has the talent, no question. It's about the synergy, the chemistry in game. How is it going to come into fruition? Well, this is a perfect opportunity to show that. You didn't have a good showing week 1. Wasn't horrible, wasn't great, just not a whole lot we can work off of. Now, you have a clean slate, and we'll see what they're able to do here. So starting on board, it will be into Mirage. It's half, of course, formerly known as Omelet, as Lion Blaze will follow it in pursuit, and Jacob will grab it in the corner. No hat on his car this time. Take that into no, fellas. And that ball is going to be up, and it's going to be won by 72.
You don't see a lot of RLCS players use, or rival series, or any players for that matter, use the toppers nowadays because it gets in the way of the hitbox. So I'm kind of happy that he took it off. I know
like
it's
he's taking it
iconic.
more seriously, just
Exactly.
A little bit. Yeah, just
exactly.
Sometimes that's all you need. It could have been a dangerous opportunity for a goal to start the things off for Mirage. As that ball is still up for a challenge. Now Jacob comes in.
Oh,
beautiful backhand hit. Just off the top bar. But this is what we like to see early from him, is he has control of boost. And now Luke sends it up. It's going to be Jacob again with the follow-up hit.
And not the greatest touch at midfield, but numbers for Mirage coming down the field. Freshness can't squeeze that in the upper 90. Jacob gonna push that one forward. Here comes Luke, eyeing this touch off the defender, but gets bumped out of the picture. Beautiful defensive bump to open things up, gonna transition into offense.
One of the great things about Mirage is we haven't seen a lot from them. Other than the qualifying game they played in the play-ins and they found themselves here, this is an opportunity to really change things and write the story for yourself. A dangerous first attempt. A nice demo from Luke. A second demo from Luke. Now just a 2-on-1, but they weren't able to get numbers there. And the ball off the sidewall is going to be sent back into the corner of 72 PC. They have control for now. Jacob now sitting inside goal. He's going to play out of the box. He gets the challenge. He gets the win. It will not be intercepted here. But here comes a passing opportunity. That's going to be a goal. Freshness, hello. Welcome to the rival series.
Just continue to throw shots at the net, and a great 50-50 there from Luke. Pinches this ball out, and Joe Freshness showing that accuracy not going to be an issue this week.
He brings them into rival series with a good hit, and he starts things off for them in rival series with a good hit. Freshness now has the first goal of this Mirage roster. And J. Russ will be sitting in the back, of course known as Russell. Freshness now following back, looking for boost. That ball still up on the wall. And into 72's territory. Here comes Freshness with another shot. It was going to be redirected into the goal by Luke before it gets knocked away off the backboard and sent downfield by Lion Blaze. That's a booming clear. And it looks like a follow-up from 72 PC could lead to a possible opportunity. And that's a good hit, but it's knocked away.
And I like the idea there from Russell to take that ball from the left to the right. And there's Luke with a shot off target. Demo gonna try and wrap this one around, and Joe Freshness did get that boost steal, but that clear all the way downfield. And good passing plays in the defensive half coming out from Mirage.
J. Russ was able to fall back, of course, getting the save in his own net. Here comes Lion Blaze with a carry. Lion Blaze with the dunk! The double touch, beautiful!
Just stares Luke right in the eyes and takes the ball right through him, goes over J. Russ, through Luke, and ties this game up.
We talk about the unsung hero. Welcome. Welcome to game one. Lion Blaze again, finding a way to get things done.
Well, he had the hot hand last week.
He did.
Jacob and Demo only had 1 goal apiece in the entire series, and Lion Blaze had 3 and was shooting 23%. So let this boy go, let the leash off of him, and just see what happens in the offensive half.
Lion Blaze goes up for the hit, sends it to his teammate. That is Jacob on the corner, still sitting inside 72 PC's half. That's another shot down, and that's going to be another goal. Freshness again finds the back of the net. He flies over off the top from midfield, off the pass, and he puts it right where the defense can't hit it, under the crossbar.
And it's just a good challenge from Luke. He gets the first initial hit and then the reaction speed to get that second hit and put it in a good spot for his teammate. That's just insane.
Mirage doing a good job of punishing when they find themselves in 72's half. And for now, they control the pace. looking to go up another goal, make it 3-1. 72 on the other side, of course, looking to tie this game up, and that's going to be booming clear into the corner before Jacob grabs it. Tried to juggle it, but didn't get anywhere with it before it was intercepted and boomed away. And now J. Russ is underneath. Demo will be carrying this towards midfield. Challenged on the play, lost it on the challenge. 1 minute left, 60 seconds. Jacob now following back. He gets a good hit. It's not going to get centered. Or it could be.
Oh, what a pinch and a great challenge. Love the touch here coming out, but Freshness lets it get away from him, and Lion Blaze with the bounce shot to put it in and tie the game up.
That's just one of those hard hits you can't really read. You're expecting it to hit the front of your car. If it doesn't, maybe you have a player behind to back it up. Just bounced over a defender. Tied up 2-2. 72 able to respond. A quick transition attack from Mirage could make this 3-2. But it's going to be another booming clear downfield. Freshness will stop it in the air. Demo will do the same thing. J. Russ sends it, or excuse me, it was boomed to the corner by 72. And now Luke follows back. J. Russ is in that corner waiting for it, but before Freshness misses the hit. And towards Mirage's side we go. Lion Blaze hits it up. Jacob is there. He could have an opportunity. I don't think he had as much boost as like he would have liked. He wasn't in a great situation, and now Demo flies back. Lion Blaze looking to kill time, possibly kill any extra momentum that Mirage may have to send this to overtime. And that should do it.
Oh, dangerous.
Well, still up. Anyone's game, and that ball's gonna touch. So send into overtime. Freshness, the key player here. Lion Blaze, the key player on the other side. That's a Demo off the start. In favor of Mirage. Here comes a shot. That could be the goal, and it will be. Jacob, welcome. Hello, how you doing? Nice to see you.
Just perfect field awareness from Jacob here. Seeing Freshness on the left-hand side, sends a bomb down the field, right-hand side of the net, and 72 PC yank game of 1 away from Mirage.
It's almost like we're looking at last week again. How many times do we see Lion Blaze open the game up with a couple of goals? Whether it was overtime in the crunch time in the final few minutes, Jacob comes through. Good hit from him, gets some of the rust off. Jacob 1-1-1-2 across the board. Lion Blaze, 2 shots, 2 goals. Didn't have to do anything other than that. Demo was just setting up passing plays. And they take game 1 3-2. And Jacob with the crucial goal in overtime. And you know what? That's why that veteran is there. That's why he's in that position. And they take game 1.
Well, we were talking about it. This is a team that I feel like can do well about inexperienced teams, and that's a rookie moment coming out in overtime and a veteran staring them down, just licking his chops, saying, okay, make that mistake because I'm going to punish you for it. And all 3 members from Mirage were pushed up towards midfield.
Yeah.
Nobody back at net, and if there's ever a moment to have someone just sitting in net and playing a Gibbs role, that's overtime. That's okay.
Yeah.
You don't want those going over your head and ending the game like that.
How many times have we seen people cheat on the face-off or just get a little too angsty off the start? They get punished for it. But again, never discount a veteran on your team. Never discount that leadership, that experience. Don't push it to the side. It will come back to bite you. Experience is everything, especially in crucial moments like in overtime. Jacob showing up. This is exactly what we expected to see from him. Lion Blaze again, finding ways to create opportunities, the goals. Demo had a couple of good demos, but I mean, he was relatively quiet. Didn't have to do much.
No.
It was just, he was kind of there, and that's all you need from him. Now they move into game 2. This is still anyone's series. I mean, it was a good showing off the start from Mirage, but it gets dangerous when you get into crunch time, and that's where 72 PCU will punish you.
And Russell misses that ball. Would have been a good offensive start. Luke there for the save on the goal line, but Demo gonna fire that on target. No chance. Freshness is getting that off the backboard, and an early lead for 72 PC.
I don't think it's that quiet in this game. I said, hey, you guys were talking about us, didn't do much. Okay, want to punch one through. Now up 1-0. We spent about 12 seconds, and we're already up a goal. 72 PC coming out hot, but Mirage wins the faceoff. Still, a whole lot of time, whole lot of opportunities, a whole lot of fun to be had. That's a shot down, that's a block out. Freshness now falls back for boost. As J-Russ does contest, he gets it into the corner, now trying to extend the play. It was off the back wall before Demo punches it out. And it was up for Jacob, but it's gonna be intercepted. and back towards midfield for J-Russ. That's going to be a demo from Jacob, and now they have an opportunity. That's going to be a booming clear. Freshness will grab it. He's going to send it the other way, right off the back of the wall and into Lion Blaze, who punches it out and pushes it towards midfield.
And we saw just there a defensive demo come out from Mirage, but it really favored 72 PC because Mirage got demoed rather, and 72 PC on defense, and it really favors Mirage there because they have someone immediately back on defense to put the ball back in the zone. And hey, look, 72 PC still have yet to be able to break out of their own half.
Just as you say that, here comes an opportunity as they pass that ball to the right side. Jacob does grab it. Now going to try to redirect it for an opportunity. It gets punched away. Luke steals it. He's going to slowly carry this one along the sidewall before Freshness says, no, no, no. Looking for a teammate there, but no one was. J-Russ now looking to create a passing opportunity. Luke tried to follow underneath. But again, no one following up. Here comes a dangerous hit off the top of the wall. And it's still going to be taken away by 72 PC. Now he has to flip back. They have the numbers there. There's a demo, takes out Freshness. Here's another opportunity for 72.
The Mirage, they definitely need to watch out for those aggressive push forwards on defense. You saw two members push towards the top of the box, no one in net. And 72 PC was unable to capitalize on that, but here comes Jacob at midfield, gives that ball away. And that's something I noticed in week 1, and wondering if it's going to translate in the entire series, but more on that later as Freshness gets the goal over the defender, seemingly out of nowhere.
Freshness has been the only player to score for Mirage thus far. I know we talked about his amazing clutch shot in the qualifiers, but you come into Rivals, you need more production from Russell, you need more production from Luke, you need help. You're going against a former pro, you're going against two very good players alongside him in Demo and Lion Blaze, but you need more. Mirage needs to start breaking the gates open. You tie it up at 1 apiece. This game is far from over. That's going to be a demo from J-Russ and sent into the corner, and J-Russ does grab it, pokes it out, now carries by himself. Before, I believe that was Lion Blaze who sent it back away. Jacob now looking for a shot, doesn't get anything, and Freshness again will hold it. Sets up for a teammate. Oh, I think that was a bad bounce, and sends it back into the corner. Now Demo is by himself, does get the demo, and Jacob will knock it forward, trying to extend the play.
Oh, great demo.
Still no one able to find the go-ahead goal. Here comes Demo over the top, and it's stolen from Mirage.
Mirage have got to be careful with those, but a great shot from Joe Freshness. Almost finding the back of the net. Good demo as well coming out from Freshness. J-Russ can't work that corner at all. And Luke just circling midfield like a shark, waiting for his opportunity to come in. Nice catch and carry. He's got a teammate. Pass, upper 90, and Mirage up by 1.
Freshness again, off the assist of Luke, will find the top of the net. 2 goals, 3 shots, 1 save, up a goal. It's game 2, baby. Anything is possible.
Love the unselfish play from Mirage. They realize Freshness has the hot hand. Keep feeding him the ball.
Yep. That's exactly what they need to keep doing. Oh, and just as I say that, Demo almost had an opportunity. Tried to carry it down, but it get knocked away. Luke now following underneath. Here comes an extension as Freshness sits and waits at midfield. He can smell the opportunity coming. He knows it's going to be hit down. Freshness will knock it up. Luke has to fall back. J-Russ now
Waterfall.
carrying. Tries to get a double touch off the back of the board. Luke now following in suit. And still pushed away by 72 PC.
Oh, bomb downfield. Luke's up in the air. Gets the pass back down. But just off target from Freshness. And a good touch here from Demo. Clearing it downfield. And this is going to lead to an no opportunity for 72 PC. Luke turns and shoots, puts the ball under the net, and extends the lead by 2.
We were looking for someone to step up. Luke has an assist. Luke has a goal. Right over the defender. And they're looking to tie this series up at 1 apiece.
A lot of work to be had in the last 30 seconds of this match for 72 PC. Good face-off there, but nice touch from Freshness. Demo with the shot, and Demo immediately gets the goal. 72 PC, just down by 1 now.
You got 23 seconds. Pretty sure anything's possible.
But is it probable?
Probably not. But if they win that face-off, who knows, man? We could be looking at another overtime. And who will it be? Oh, it is 72 who wins it, but Luke gets the last poke out. It's going to be up for 72 to follow. Oh, that's a dangerous hit off the top of the backboard. It's an open net. That could be a good goal. That's the insurance policy they were looking for. Luke says, hello, I'll take game 2.
Demo was just going all out for that hit. Still a little bit of time to work with. And unfortunately, 72 PC definitely have the score now mentality. And it came back to bite them right there.
Any doors that were open for 72 have now been closed. So they're going to be looking to go into game 3 in a tie series. And Mirage did a fantastic job of just capitalizing on the moment. Something that we've kind of looked towards 72 PC to do, capitalize on the moment, whatever moment that may be, overtime, game, point, match point, series point, doesn't matter. Capitalize. That's what Mirage did. Of course, you have 2 goals for Luke, 2 goals for Freshness getting involved. J-Russ, 2 assists, 2 saves, 2 shots, and he kept himself involved as well. Mirage doing a very, very good job just responding to 72 PC's first attempt on the opening kickoff. And look what you got. Got a tie series.
Look, I'm really happy with this Mirage team. Just coming out. Yes, they're 2 of them are rookies, but Joe Freshness, Freshness, he's rebranded. Freshness coming out and putting them in his backpack and saying, let's go, boys. I'm going to take you guys and show you what it's like to win games in the rival series, because he's done it before, and all 3 members are getting involved. It's not like someone's timid. There's no hesitancy coming out from anybody. They see their opportunity and they're up in the air, especially Luke. This kid is so fast. When you see a ball just sitting at midfield, you look around, he's already in the air, and you got to be wary of that.
Yeah, the big highlight for them in the play-ins was that they control space really well, and they set up opportunities to create a chokehold at mid-map. That's what they did there. I mean, Luke, the amount of times he was just underneath, being able to set up a couple of passes for Freshness to connect on, was too many to count on one hand. The guy is in the right place at the right time, and then you have J-Russ on the sidewall, grabbing those intercepts and setting up his team for success. This team spaces out very, very well, and that's why they are now tied up in this series. Again, momentum swing game, game 3. That's where it comes down to. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at a tie series, folks, and we possibly could be looking at a game 5 if it goes back and forth like we hope it does. But for now, it's a quick offensive attack. Here comes 72 PC. Ooh. Here comes a quick shot. Oh, baby. Lion Blaze, welcome to the party.
And that's how you open up game number 3, just coming, carrying the ball down the field, and gets a little scoop over Freshness at the top of the box, right under the crossbar. Great 1v1 skills.
And he was very quiet in game 2, so it's nice to see that he's turned up to the party as well. Now up 1-0 in the first 10 seconds as they try to continue this lead. There's another demo on either side. You're looking at a 2-man split across the board, and back to full numbers we are. Demo with a hit off the sidewall. Lion Blaze tried to follow it up. Jacob could not intercept it. That's so dangerous, but it's going to be Demo falling back on defense with a great hit.
That's an awkward ball for Jacob. Uses a lot of boost to get over there and doesn't take that ball away. Gonna be offense, but Lion Blaze, good touch towards midfield, but it's not gonna translate into offense.
And Demo is there to try to intercept. It's up for Jacob, who sends it back to midfield. That's another dangerous hit. The Lion Blaze again, sitting inside the box. We'll punish him. There's an open net. Who's gonna follow through? It will be Demo. He says, no, not today. There's another hit opportunity. There's another hit opportunity. It doesn't fall through. The passes are there, but the shots just can't connect.
Forcing a lot of boost out of 72 PC, and Lion Blaze sneaks away with that ball at midfield. But J-Russ up early for that. Lion Blaze with a cheeky bump. The net's open, and Jacob just off the crossbar. Demo off the side post, opportunity after opportunity, and Lion Blaze won't let it slip away.
Can we talk about the amount of times Lion Blaze was able to find a bump on Luke, on Freshness, keep himself involved in the box? He gets cheeky a couple of times, then a player comes up, sets him up with a perfect center, and he nails it right through the post. Lion Blaze doing a fantastic job with just spatial awareness, keeping the plays alive, waiting for teammates to follow up. And he extends those plays so well.
And I love the fact they never gave up. They kept putting shot after shot. Yes, few misses that may have shoulda, coulda, woulda gone in, but hey, they didn't give up. And finally, Lion Blaze there for the cleanup crew. Let's see if Mirage has any type of answer for this. Still plenty of time to go here in Game 3. They've just been turned away every single time that they've tried it.
The scenarios that 72 has set up for themselves have been perfect. That's going to go off the back wall. No one's going to be there to follow up. Lion Blaze now rotating in, trying to connect it. He does. He intercepts, sends it back to Demo with a beautiful touch. And Demo, no! It goes off the top of the bar. Oh, it was so perfect, but it doesn't connect.
That was a rough redirect and a good 50-50 freshness there. Waiting, grabs mid boost, good poke towards the box, and Lion Blaze gonna boom this one away, give themselves a little bit of breathing room, allow everyone to boost back up, and now we're back at it. 72 PC looking for the redirect, but Jacob puts it into the corner instead, and at this point, just getting into the second half, they just need to hold on for dear life and kill time.
You can smell the success in some of these plays. Here's another one that could spell disaster for Mirage. 72 still up 2-0. 2 minutes to work with. You gotta make something happen if you're Mirage, but 72 PC are still finding ways to create chaos on the pitch. Jacob now waiting for a shot down. That one's gonna fall slowly. Demo does spike it forward, and they're gonna extend this one before Freshness goes up and says something to take it away. Now Lion Blaze sends it into the corner. Jacob now following in pursuit. He doesn't get anywhere near a touch. That's Demo off the back wall. Demo doesn't get the double touch. That's okay. It goes back to Jacob, who's there, and sends it back into the blue hash. Now Mirage falling back. They have to find a way to get this out of their own half. They've done that into the corner.
Whoa.
Into a shot. Luke, hello, welcome, 2-1.
Great angle on this ball. This just goes straight towards midfield, top of the box, and Luke, they're cutting rotations, puts the shot under the crossbar. Mirage got one there, snuck it in. Now they're just chasing one.
Just cutting off the passing lanes for 72 is what's kept them in this game. Mirage have so many opportunities to be able to tie this one up. They have to find a way to get hit down. Demo stays in his own net. He gets it out. That's a nice booming hit to the side. Demo with no boost in a very dangerous spot. Jacob tried to make something happen. That's going to get still sent away. And now Lion Blaze will be able to breathe just a little. Oh, it looks like they hit each other. That could be dangerous. Is anyone able to follow up? No. J. Russ is there. Now Luke follows underneath.
Oh.
Luke gets a good hit down, but it's going to be pushed out.
Oh, that one was close. That would have been nasty if that found its way to the back of the net. Great read from Lion Blaze to take that away from Freshness, but Luke has time, has space. Jacob sends it to the side, and 72 PC still chasing around and get the save on that. They weather the storm that came out from Mirage.
Mirage has to find an opening here. It's got to be somewhere. That's a dangerous hit. Oh, it doesn't bounce properly, and he couldn't follow it up. Here's a pass. He gets sent away. They still have control. 24 seconds. This is completely doable. Tries to center it and thread the needle. It doesn't work enough. Where's your teammate? He's not there. J. Russ was in the back line. He couldn't follow it up. Now you got about 10 seconds. Another dangerous hit. They save it. Jacob with a shot. Doesn't connect. Freshness with the save. Here comes Luke. Over the top. Jacob does punch it out. Into the corner we go. This could be it. It looks like it will be. Still up. Freshness with a hit. Sends it to the sidewall, and it spikes down. It's not able to connect. And 72 PC, they go up again. Now up 2-1 in the series.
Veteran play there to spike that ball down in the last seconds, and 72 PC, the offense awoke here in Game 3. You see 8 shots, 8 saves. I don't know how to do math because they had 7 shots, but that's okay. It's hard to do on the fly. And Mirage, they had their opportunities. The defense was just too good from 72 PC.
It really was. And again, tip your hat to Lion Blaze. The guy shows up. He's now going to be the guy we talk about. I know we talk about Jacob showing up. Lion Blaze continues to find the net whatever way he wants. He just finds a way to get a good position. And of course, Jacob playing great defense. Sometimes you wonder about him, like, sort of, you know, stifling back a little bit. He seemed a little bit hesitant, but he was running out of boost. Completely acceptable, understandable. But again, looking at Mirage, they had such great opportunities. I mean, I think it was 7 and 4. I mean, they had like 12, 11 shot opportunities. They just couldn't make it land. And that's a situation where those lucky bounces, yes, are great, but you need you need to find a way to open up those passing lanes. You need to be able to connect with your teammates. And if you don't have great accuracy on shots, create mismatches in the box. They weren't able to do it.
Well, it just seems like Mirage is panicking a little bit on defense. When the shots start coming, the comms seem to die down.
Yep.
No one's calling out that they're going for it. Double commits start coming out. You see people diving across the goal line, and that's when comms are most important. That's when you have to speak up and call a teammate off if you have to. Say, don't go, I've got it, or whatever you do, whatever your call-outs are. But it just seemed like they just started to crumble when the shots were on target.
Well, this could be dangerous as well. Off the start, they win the face-off for 72. And they had a shot opportunity. That's a good carry. And Jacob pokes it out. Falling back is Mirage. Here comes Demo off the sidewall. That's a bump from Jacob. And the hat is back.
Yep, FDOT will be very happy to see that the foam hat has made its way onto the field, feeling comfortable now that they're up 2-1 in the series.
Could this be a curse? Who in the world knows? Well, Mirage, your backs are against the wall. What do you have to respond? We saw it in game 1. What do they got in game 4?
Well, they got their shots in game 3. It was just the defense that was lackluster. They held the line okay, but once the pressure mounted,
Execution was
yeah,
just
that's when they
little
fell.
off. But for now, it's still in control of Mirage as they get it off the back wall. That was Lion Blaze who knocks it out, but don't worry, J. Russ is there. He's got boost, cannot follow it up as Jacob has a booming cleared in the corner. And that's going to be a demo from J. Russ.
Actually in favor of 72 PC, allowed Lion Blaze and Jacob to push forward. Here comes Demo, but Luke there for that last-ditch save. But you did see 2 members go. Double commit comes out, and Jacob looking to take out the last man. Doesn't happen.
Lion Blaze flies over the top. He gets a push down. And Jacob easily knocks that one away. Was a little scary for a moment, but no worries there. J. Russ has boost. There's going to be a challenge up for that one, but no worries as Demo grabs it. Fresh is now looking to carry. And he gets a nice opportunity, possibly execution, not really there. J-Russ slowing it down. Jacob meets him in the air, and they push that one out. Now into the side of the corner, but it's sent the other way. And it's still in 72 PC's corner. How are they going to get it out? This is a great opportunity for Mirage to capitalize.
Oh, good touch, Jacob. Just sitting in the box, though, ready for a shot to go on target. Had it have been a little harder, a little more momentum behind it, it could have found its way, but unfortunately a little too weak, and 72 PC tried their hand at offense.
And Demo tried to get a nice booming shot into the goal. Of course, that was easily read, and that's going to be an easily shot goal. Luke does exactly what Demo was trying to do, and he executes it perfectly. Off the top of the ceiling, hello. 67 miles an hour into the top of the goal. The net just wide enough for him.
And we're not used to seeing this in the rival series from rookies coming in. Normally we just see, all right, I'm going to shoot the ball. Instead, 2 players working so well together, passing the ball up and down the field, and the redirect was on point on that shot.
Well, Freshness does get the save after Lion Blaze had a shot opportunity. And Jacob still roaming at midfield. Falling back to regroup with his squad. Demo gets a light touch out. Jacob now with a light touch. Gets it over 1 defender. Here comes the assault. We have 2 players there, but it's cleared away, and that's going to be on the top of the goal. Lion Blaze waiting patiently. Tries to center it for a teammate. Let's see what he can do. No one there. No one to meet it in the air either. Here comes Demo. That's dangerous, but it's met immediately.
Another boost steal coming out for 72 PC. Mirage scrambling, but Joe Freshness there for the demo, the shot on target. Freshness, actually, that works well in their favor as it keeps the ball in the zone. Looks like it would have been cleared out, but they hang on to possession.
One player misses, that is Freshness. It's centered now. Back into the right corner. Lion Blaze didn't really get a good hit on it. Now Luke will try to follow in transition for a quick goal. It's tapped away at the last moment. A good flick from Jacob. And Lion Blaze is there to meet him. Still up for Mirage. As it looks like Luke is going to try to carry this by himself. Freshness still sitting in the back line. J-Russ still waiting at mid. Lion Blaze now has to get a good bump. He did do that. And Jacob's going to try to follow this one up, but I mean, it's just been all a Mirage. They've burned so much time with some of these hits. They've found a way to just completely quiet 72 PC on the offensive half.
Oh, Lion Blaze has demo, but Freshness got in the way. I love that bump. Good field awareness, way to read the pass and break up that play.
Well, Jacob gets a hit down, but no one was there to follow it up. I understand they're trying to clear the field a little bit, find some rhythm, but they really don't have a presence when it comes to these follow-up shots they've been looking for in the entire series that they've had success with. Freshness now burning.
Uh-oh.
And this could be an opportunity. I believe a player missed or was hit a little bit too wide. Jacob with a center. One goes up. I think that was Demo. Jacob trying to follow it up. 7 seconds. We could be looking at game 5 and a 1-0 score. We could be looking at a 2-0 score, and it doesn't matter for now. We're going to be going to game 5. Yes, sir. This series needs to go the distance. And guess what, friends? It is. And you got to tip your hats to Mirage. A little bit of a pun intended, because of course Jacob pulled out the hat, maybe second guessing that situation now, but Mirage found a way. It was a one-score game, and they found a way to just completely neutralize all of 72 PC's passing. Absolutely neutralize it. I mean, Kryptonite, Superman, that was it. Just all across the board.
Well, and it was the veteran of this Mirage team coming through on defense, seeing those passing plays starting to develop and just erasing the passing lanes, cutting them off and stealing that ball away. 72 PC couldn't get the offense to work. They were just... Mirage was reminiscent of almost chaos in this game, to where they knew exactly where to position themselves to take away the offense from 72 PC. They just couldn't get any shots on target. Nothing really was too scary for Mirage, and once they got those double commits in order, it just ended it for 72 PC.
Yeah, and Freshness wasn't that aggressive. I mean, he basically hung in the back lines and was like, hey, Luke, Russell, go do your thing, baby. I'm just going to sit back here, and when I have to go for a booming clear, fall back on goal and get a good stop, I'm going to do it. You guys got all of the talent to go control the field. They did it perfectly. Luke had a couple of great passing opportunities, a couple of plays. He missed a couple of hits, but at the end of the day, they did just enough. He scores. J. Russ was always there for an intercept. I mean, again, trusting your rookies, trusting the people you put around you is what it's all about.
Well, that's exactly what it boiled down to. Freshness had 2 goals in game 1, 2 goals in game 2, and then 3 and 4 completely quiet, but the rookies stepping up huge, and they're going to need to be present here as it's game 5, do or die. Winner going to take the victory here in the rival series.
I believe Jacob and Dema both have a goal apiece. We need more from them. Lion Blaze again continues to carry this roster. Jacob has got to be the X factor. You don't want to go down 0-2 in the rival series to start your weeks. Luke gets goal number 1 to kick off game 5, and it's Mirage up early.
And Russell getting his 5th assist of the day, feeding Luke the hot hand. And Mirage going up early here, just 29 seconds into game 5. 72 PC, you called it out. Demo only 2 goals, Jacob 1. One of them needs to wake up here if they're going to have a chance at victory.
Somebody's got to start something. You need a momentum swing. Oh, a little bit dangerous. That's a good save by Lion Blaze, but again, look at Mirage just playing the ball off the side of the wall, creating opportunities for someone to follow up. Whether that's Luke or Russell, it does not matter. You have players there to create positive impacts on the field, and that's what it all boils down to. Demo could not follow that one up, and it's out for Freshness to carry.
He gets dunked, but he got that boost steal. Lion Blaze had to use a lot to get to that ball, and Demo, that one's going to go to the side and allow for transition from Mirage.
Beautiful hit.
And Luke with the flick over the defender. No one saw it coming, but the back of the net did.
You know what we call that?
No.
We call that slipping. They were slipping on deep. Just wasn't paying attention. That happens. Can't do that in game 5. You can't. You need to respond with a goal. Unfortunately, you caught lack. You get caught lacking on defense, and now you're looking at a 2-0 deficit. It's still 3 minutes to work with.
Plenty of time for 72 PC, but they cannot just try to force their way into offense. They need to make sure they're methodical about it. So much time to work with, and if you go down 3-0, that's the territory where it's so hard to find your way back in Rocket League.
Sometimes it's a little bit scary to have that much time to work with. There's no panic factor for you. There's no one to really get on your back and say, hey guys, you gotta make a play. Sure, there's a lot of time, but where is that? When is that going to kick in? Where's the panic from this team? Well, Jacob wins the challenge on the sidewall. Demo now waiting for a teammate. He gets demoed in the process, and they can gain control again of their half. Mirage can burn all the time they want. They have a goal to give, but they don't want any of that. Another one would be great. Into the corner we are. As Lion Blaze comes over, he wins the challenge, but it's sent away. A booming clear back into 72 PC side. Won by Mirage on the side of the wall. Now to the adjacent corner, and back to midfield we go.
I know they didn't get punished for it, but that's where double commit is absolutely not necessary. You're up 2-0. One of you got to call each other off. One of you got to say you got that ball, because you could have left Freshness in a terrible spot in a 3v1. Thankfully, it didn't happen, but they've got to be wary of that in the future.
And those small mistakes might cost you if you're only up a goal. Luckily for them, they have one to give. Still, this game is far from over. And a beautiful save on the side. That's another demo. J-Russ gets that one. Luke now carrying. Luke by himself, but that demo player comes off of spawn. It was demo, and he's able to stop it for now, but a minute 57, Subi. We're looking at a situation where you got to start finding plays. Maybe that panic monster starts coming out.
Not just yet. Not just yet. Hold on until about a minute to go. I believe. This next 45 seconds is crucial. You definitely got to have it in the back of your mind, but you can't send the house, not just yet.
So what is it about in these next 45 seconds? Is it finding a presence in the middle of the field, or is it just about trying to chip away and create an opportunity?
It's just trying to chip away, create your opportunity, because it just opened up, and there it is. You got a minute and a half to work with now to tie this game up.
Sometimes there are good caster curses. Sometimes we just speak them into existence. Lion Blaze is that guy. You ever wonder if he's that guy? You check your notes and you're like, yeah, he's that guy. They cut the lead in half. Where is Jacob? Demo, we need you now. You still have time, but it's getting close. Demo will get a hit down, but it's immediately challenged, intercepted by J-Russ. Oh, and here comes Luke from the side. It's too high off the back wall. Freshness now with a spike down, knocked away by Demo. Good defense, but it's J-Russ who gets the intercept, and it's still just too much. 72 PC find a way to stay alive.
Oh, and good wave dash to keep up with that ball. And a good 50-50 to get it over to Jacob. Dangerous for Mirage. Nobody back in the net. Less than a minute to go, and Freshness is going to bomb this one downfield. Allow themselves to reset and maybe give themselves a chance at putting the nail in the coffin.
Another demo by Jacob as they have a 3-2 advantage. And it's punched down, and that allows Luke to come back on defense. He goes up for it as well. Hits it into the corner. Now J-Rush tries to get a soft tap. It doesn't work, but that's okay. You're burning time. 30 seconds. The series is on the line for 72 PC. You don't want to go down 0-2 in Rivals to start your season. It may be looking like that's the reality here. 15 seconds is what separates a victory. But now J-Russ gets another shot. Freshen now hits it up. Crunch time. Demo with a hit. Who else is there? No one except Jacob. Could he cross it over? Lion Blaze with a hit. He misses it. And that's gonna do it. That will do it. Mirage, find a way. They will themselves to a game 5. They find a way to score. They take it 2-1. They take the series 3-2. And they take their first win in Rival Series and send 72 PC to 0-2. And that is why we love Rocket League, baby. Oh, it's so good.
I mean, Freshness started off hot and then cooled down.
Yeah.
And it's like they didn't miss a step whatsoever. Luke was right there to keep the shooting hand alive. And J-Russ just getting assists every single match. Game 1, he was nowhere to be found. But hey, the nerves were apparent. It's the first time ever playing.
First time ever.
Yeah.
Here, like, yeah, this is.
And then they woke up. This team is going to be fun to watch. I think Freshness has found a good home with Mirage.
You know what it is they're quiet on the pitch. They're very quiet at midfield. Yes, they have great spatial awareness. Yes, their presence across the entire field is phenomenal, but they're not flashy. They just do, I mean, I guess you could say they do things the right way. They just find a way to slowly chip away, get these small passing lanes, and when they get there, they find a way to connect shots. They're always involved. They're always falling back on defense.
defense, the amount of times we saw them in just the overhead, just finding ways to sit back. Freshness sits back when one player gets demoed. Maybe it's Luke. He comes back on defense, and they're always staying ahead of the ball. They never let it fall back on their shoulders. I am just impressed with the quiet nature of this team, but they find a way to impress. And again, 72 PC have an opportunity to close the series out, to close this game out. Jacob doesn't show up. Demo is relatively quiet. It was really Lion Blaze carrying them. Another situation where it just slipped through, and you have to look at Mirage and say, job well done.
Well, and the fact of the matter is, when they looked bad, it was just double commits. So what happens when they figure those out?
Yeah.
What happens when they get their comms working? Because you can't talk too much in Rocket League. I mean, you've got to call out everything that you're doing, whether you steal a boost pad, whether you bump someone, whether you know you're going to whiff on a ball. Just call it all out. And once this team figures that out, it is going to be nasty, and it is going to be scary for the other rival series teams.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of positives to take away from this match. Clearly, the win helps, but just fundamentally, mechanically wise, they played great. And now you're moving into the later part of the season where, again, you can work out those kinks, and if your biggest issue is just double commits when you're up 2-0 in Game 5, there's a lot worse things you could be looking at. So this team has a very high ceiling, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do in the later part of the season.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, unfortunately, 72 PC just couldn't get the job done there.
Yeah.
But those double commits in Game 5 could be dangerous. If you're going up against a team like, say, Charlotte Phoenix, yeah, you don't want to give them that opportunity.
Yeah, nope.
So Mirage got to fix that. It's something they want to fix sooner rather than later, but I don't think it's something that's going to plague them for the entire season.
Yeah, no, I don't think it will either. I think that 72, maybe this is a wake-up call for them. You're down. You haven't won yet in the rival series. You've lost 2 series back-to-back, of course, last week and now. And you're looking at a situation where there was so much hype behind this team. There was a lot of expectations. They've met some of them. Lion Blaze has met it. Demo has met some. Jacob has been relatively quiet. This guy has experience. He was a former pro, now down here. The dude knows how to get it done. We haven't seen him wake up yet. I want to see that again. We're hoping for next week, but I'm excited to see what he can do when he starts finding his rhythm. The biggest problem is you're running out of time. You're already down 2 series back-to-back. And like you said, like we've talked about earlier, even losing 1 is a problem. Now you're looking at you've lost 2. What does that do down the line when maybe you're trying to make a run for, the top 5, top 4? You've already lost 2. You have to start waking up.
Absolutely. I definitely agree. And unfortunately, 72 PC go down 0-2 in the rival series. But for the next 2 teams that we're seeing, one definitely starting the season off hot. That's Stromboli. Not going to mess it up this time. Going up against Monkey Business. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If you wanna have it, then it's yours. Put your mind to it, open doors. Yeah, you might wanna get a fast track, but you can't just piggyback. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger. Before it's good, it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together.
Back, folks, North American Rocket League Rival Series. I'm your host, Tom F. Battinger, and here to help me out as we finally get into Stromboli versus Monkey Business is going to be Stax and Supersonic. Welcome back to the desk, boys.
Thank you, sir. It's good to be back. A lot of great matches so far today. Been having some fun. Ready to get into these next ones.
Yeah, I'm glad it's finally our turn to be out here. I came out running earlier. I was ready to go, and then Zuby said, no, I borked it. And like, come on, man. He had one job. Well, that's one of
a
many.
couple.
Yeah, he had a few. But he screwed up that one.
Well, either way, the fantastic teams coming out today have not done that. They looked, honestly, a lot of the teams here look good, even on the losing end. We've seen some strong teams here. Anybody stick out to you today so far?
Game so far today, I think we had a lot of fun in our first two on the EU side. I'm trying to remember which one it was that I was just that last game that we had. Went to game 5. Why am I? You know what? I'm just gonna give up and tap out here because my brain is just completely shut off on Triple Trouble.
Yes.
Rick's Ronde. Yes, Rick's. When they got behind Rick's and Rick's was leading that team and got the pacing going for them, there was a lot of great gameplay there, and I thought that they looked the best that they have so far. Looking forward to seeing Rick's kind of help guide that team to where they need to go for the rest of the season.
I agree with you. That was a nice look from Rick's Ronde. The rest of the teams also looked strong today in North America. See, I can just read here. Omni Nation beat the Zookeepers. That gives them a 2-0 slash line so far. Match number 2 was Jacob 72 pin connector losing out to Mirage. Here is where we get things going. Stromboli versus Monkey Business. And then later on, we'll see Karma and Charlotte Phoenix take on Absolute Leverage. So as we get into this one, Monkey Business versus Stromboli. Stax, I want to talk to you first and foremost. We saw Stromboli. They played last week, but this is the squad that we're talking about. Are they a 4-man roster? Do they have the sub? So what's your take now that we're coming into week 2?
Well, I thought Andy was great last week. Now we're going to see Heck, and I'm very curious to see what happens over the course of the season. You know, have they mapped this out? You know, do they have certain teams that, hey, okay, we're going to play 72 PC, we're going to bring in you. You know, we're going to play Zookeepers or RBG now. You know, we're going to bring in Andy again. So I'm interested. I got to see them actually play a few matches, and you only get so many chances here. You only get 9 matches.
And they're saying they're a 4-man roster, but my question is the 4-man roster mean that Andy and Heck are the two that swap out, or do we see other swaps throughout the season as well? If it's a true 4-man roster, you got to be able to run all 4 men regardless of the 3-man lineup that you're doing. It can't just be 2. Now you're a 2-man team with 2 subs.
That's actually a very good point. Let's take a look at the players that will be hitting the battlefield today on the pitch. Representing Stromboli will be J-Pow, Alvarez, and Heck. As we said, Andy playing for this team last week around. And then Sadie's Monkey Business will be repped by Aeon, Com, and Stokely. This is going to be an interesting one, watching Monkey Business come in here. We already talked a little bit about Stromboli and how they're 4-man, 3-man. Well, we'll figure the roster out as things go forward. But Monkey Business, how do they swing from last match into this one?
I think it's got to be Stokely who steps up, because he was beating himself up a lot on social media after last week's matchup. And I mean, deservedly so. He only scored 1 goal. It was in garbage time right at the end. It was inconsequential. So I think that he's got to get going here. And he was a big part of Bull Send last season. So if Stokely can get things rolling here, I like their chances.
They went up against Charlotte Phoenix last time around, which is one of the tougher teams. A loss against Charlotte is not exactly, time to toss in the towel. So what can we say about their match last week and how it'll translate here?
I don't think the translation is going to be that well. Charlotte Phoenix is that team that's going to be we've predicted to be a dominant force here on the NA side.
Sure.
I think that any team going up against Charlotte Phoenix is going to expect a battle. It's not a for sure win in your mind at any point. I think that what needs to happen is exactly what you were stating. Stokely needs to get involved more. I think that if he has cleaned that up this week, I think that Monkey Business is still a very, very strong team to go forward this season, and I think that they're going to match up pretty well.
Well, with that said, we'll jump right into predictions. You seem to have been pretty confident in this squad. Are you leaning towards Monkey Business?
I am. I'm going to take Monkey Business this week.
Yeah, I like Monkey Business as well. I think for any team, if you can go up against the best team in the league week 1, you've got that past you now. It only gets easier from there. And, well, granted, the Stromboli team, I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park. I think Monkey Business have been tested plenty. I think they bounce back.
I'm glad that you mentioned that about Stromboli, because they took the win last week against Absolute Leverage, and I do think the Stromboli team might surprise some folks. Just the eye test, looking at what they were able to do last week, piqued my interest, and I think they're going to be interesting. That said, I'm going to complete the tic-tac-toe down here. Monkey Business are, I'm newer to the scene, and very quickly these guys have captured my heart. I'm really into what they do on social and kind of following the squad around them, and so I think that's interesting. I also want to give a shout-out to McLando. This is kind of, he's going to be coaching this team, and that should be an interesting look. Is there a way that you think he can impact the team in a positive light?
Well, I wonder how distracted he'll be, because of course he has to prepare for DreamHack Anaheim this weekend as well. He'll be casting that starting tomorrow. But no, I think that he is a very smart player that you kind of wonder how he didn't maybe sneak into the rival series a little sooner. But as a coach, sometimes players don't work out on the field as well, but they have the mind for it. And it works out. I think that McLando and what he brings to Monkey Business, that's going to make a huge difference here. Very similar to Rams earlier with Triple Trouble.
I got to say, as a commentator, I think sometimes the commentators are the one with the good look on the game, So maybe McLando will have a nice shot. Okay, I'm going to run and hide real quick.
About that.
Supersonic Stacks and Strangest Stranger will be on the action. It's Stromboli, and it's Monkey Business. Ready, set, go.
So all the chips are on the table now for Monkey Business, because let's face it, if they go 0-2, we were talking about 72 pin connector back in the green room, how they dropped to 0-2, and they are in a world of trouble. This Monkey Business team, you got to win some of these matchups that you're favored on paper. This is a match that on paper they should win.
They should on paper, but we've definitely seen that the paper has not exactly told the story so far this season. Heck, he's got the first goal on the board.
Yeah.
Coming in, replacing Andy, doing exactly what Andy did when we were questioning the substitute last week, and Andy punched the ball into the goal first game, opening second. So both these guys really good at opening up series.
Yeah, it's perfect. 5 seconds into Heck's rival series career, he scores as well, and all of a sudden, Monkey Business, gotta feel like the world's kind of spinning around a million miles an hour right now.
I like that second touch from J-Pow. I like seeing some of these teams. We're not seeing it happen quite as often here as it happens in the RLCS, but those guys that get those second unexpected touches that open up a defense and allow your team to make plays, I like J-Pow. He does some of that.
So Com is looking for boost, not finding any. Now he does, and he can watch as Alraz tries to center, but Com will get in the way. Good pinch downfield, but it is intercepted by the defense, or the oncoming attack, rather, of Stromboli. And it will be Aeon with a full tank. What can he do with it? Absolutely nothing. J-Pow with him, and Stromboli have set up the hard line at midfield. They are not letting Monkey Business out of their defensive end at all. Until now, Stokely's shot is high. No rebound to speak of as Heck clears it away.
A lot of good challenges so far coming out of Heck, Alraz, and J-Pow. They've won the majority of them and had the possession stuck over on the other end of the field quite a bit. They haven't had to do too much defense, but when they have been under pressure or the ball has made it to their end, all three have been back. Their rotation to get back and defend the line has been really strong.
Race to the midfield boost. Lost by Calm. J-Pow coming on, picks his spot, and snipes it.
Beautiful touch here from J-Pow. This is kind of what I was talking about. He's going to come down off the wall, get a single touch. Look like he may have an opportunity to do a pass off the wall, but decides that he has the shot, takes it home himself. Nice little setup play for him.
Stromboli are opening some eyes here, and this is a team that over the past several months, you'd probably say about past 6 months, they have been seriously on the grind, and it is paying off now, as they have a 2-0 lead in game 1 against one of the stronger teams on paper, one of the returning teams from last season in the rival series. But boy, they're making them look like a lot of rookies out there.
They're doing really well at just controlling the ball and being where they need to be. Their field awareness and positioning has been really solid so far through this match.
Stokely will try to get things going for Monkey Business. Instead of stoking the flames, they've been snuffed out. And it will be Alraz, another drive. That goes bang off the crossbar. And at least it serves as a break for Aeon and Monkey Business. But they're just too slow getting downfield. The passes don't connect. And here comes Stromboli yet again.
Both teams are so far, up until this point, we're both at 4 shots apiece. Now at 5 going the way of Stromboli. Really doesn't feel that way, though. It doesn't feel like they've both had possession for that amount of time. It feels like it's been dominated by Stromboli. They're just making it look easier.
That's probably Monkey Business's best chance right there. A shot that just goes over the crossbar, all the way across to the opposite corner. Stokely will get this ball in front, but again, nobody's there. That's not a good touch from J-Pow. It's given possession away, but Monkey Business couldn't do anything with it. So Alraz will come downfield instead. And again, Monkey Business are just left out in the cold here. They haven't had anything towards the net in a while. This will get downfield. Calm will give it another go. It will have to be a solo effort. That's kind of been the theme for Calm over the past couple of seasons.
It feels like they're not getting any opportunities to set up plays and take actual shots. A lot of the shots that they have taken have come from the midfield. That last shot from Calm is as close as they've gotten to the goal line while taking a shot. They're not getting enough pressure on there with all 3 of these guys getting back from Stromboli and being there. That type of shot is just never going to make it through.
I mean, over time, maybe you accidentally score a goal somewhere, but ever since that one game that they took off of Charlotte Phoenix last week, they have looked like a completely different team from what we saw last season. The high-powered offensive bull send has gone by the wayside. This is an opportunity that has been denied as well by Heck and company. J-Pow pops one out to Heck. One more touch. Oh, he got the dunk, but saved at the line by Stokely, and Monkey Business will again try to break out and avoid the shutout, but they can't get across midfield.
Yeah, getting past midfield seems to be the struggle that they are on right now. They really haven't had the ball over there for any considerable amount of time where they've made any possession plays or done any passes. They really need to get something going and get a little bit quicker on that offensive attack, really in the transition. The transition is that thing we've talked about a lot today, and they haven't had any good transitions this entire match.
These final seconds will tick away, and it's going to be all Stromboli in game 1. The stats, they were a little similar early on in this game, and then Stromboli took over. It's going to be a clean sheet in game numero 1 for Stromboli.
Well, so far Stromboli punishing me for using paper to make my decisions.
Yeah, well, you know, we
I
just take this paper, any of the notes we got. You want to just chuck them now or save them for later?
I'll save it for later.
Okay.
I left a couple in the green room. I need to get them all together. More dramatic effect.
Oh, yeah,
More
just-
paper.
Yeah, hey, I've thrown many notes over my shoulder over the past few seasons because a lot of times you get a team like this in Stromboli that they're not necessarily unknowns. They're a lot like Discombobulators last season. They've been around if you've paid attention to the scene, but this is their first chance in the spotlight. And they are showing no signs of nerves or jitters or anything. They are coming out. They're taking care of business, get a week to recoup, and now you get monkey business, and it's just, bam, right back to business again.
I mean, they're playing extremely well. Typically, we go through these matches. From the view I'm watching, I'm able to pick teams apart. There's double commit issues here, rotational issues. I saw maybe one double commit there, and it just happened to be they bumped into each other in transition. If you are rotating that cleanly the whole match and always back on defense, you're going to have a good game.
You know who else is able to pick teams apart really easily? Apparently, Stromboli. They are on their way to going 2-0 if they can get 2 more wins here, but they do have a long way to go. Games 2 and 3 at the very least. You have to imagine this monkey business team is going to right the ship eventually. They're going to get 1, you would hope.
Eventually, they will figure out the on-paper part and, carry that over into the real world and make that function. They have everything they need to have a team that's just a killer squad. They just need to figure out what it is that's missing. They have a missing part somewhere that's just not functioning right.
Yeah. Rocket League is not Sudoku. One of them is played on paper. The other is played on fields like this. And Stromboli is making the most of it now on Urban Central.
If it was Sudoku, though, Stromboli's really good at Sudoku. They're
really good at everything. Everything they touch
they're doing
turns to
everything
goal.
really well right now.
Yeah, this is great stuff from Stromboli. Another goal in the opening minute. And again, they have monkey business just reeling right now, trying to figure out how to solve this puzzle. That's a shot on target. It will be saved away by Heck. That's going to be wide, and the shot attempt was more of a whiff.
Again, all three were back and there. I can't think of a time where there's only been a single man or nobody back on defense for Stromboli. They're always back. They're always there to defend their house.
And they react so quickly. It just feels like even when something unexpected happens, they recover faster than monkey business does, except that one instance a moment ago while we were talking, Calm saved one off the goal line. That's the highlight of the series right now for monkey business.
It feels like the plan for Stromboli really is to get back on defense. If they're ahead and they're up, just maintain that lead. We don't need to do anything crazy, anything stellar. We just need to maintain possession and take opportunities when presented to us, and that's exactly what they did. Quick transitional goal. Heck, able to bang that one in after a pass from J-Pow.
They were trying to get way, way too cute here. You saw Stokely go up the side. He tried to run along the ceiling and then dive down to intercept that ball downfield. Came nowhere close. And right now, I think monkey business are stuck in their own heads, trying to shake out the cobwebs, trying to find something that works, and they're getting just way too cute about it. Calm will try now, and at least he won that challenge. For all the good it will do them, that shot's gonna be high and wide. Follow-up is wide. If it can go wrong, it will, and it has, and it almost added another, but Aeon makes the save.
Heck gonna put one up. J-Pow with an opportunity here out of the corner as he drops it down. Heck gonna be just wide to the left there, and Alraz gonna pick one up, try and bring it around. Shot by himself. Knocked away by Calm.
J-Pow almost fell on that ball. I thought maybe he clipped it. They get a demo on Heck, but that doesn't give them any kind of reprieve. Another man comes in. It's Alraz who keeps the attack going. Calm will at least get this towards the net. Dropped down by Aeon, trying to run interference, and still the ball swept away from the goal line. Monkey business, best opportunity to get on the board for the first time this series. That has vanished. And again, Stromboli are right back down in the face of monkey business.
Can't really fault them for not getting that one in. You have to expect that Heck is going to make a connection with the ball moving to that speed. They weren't able to. While we're talking about it, Calm's going to get himself another save.
right down the middle, fading just a little bit. J-Pow will clear it away, and so too will Alraz. Ball brought right back in, but J-Pow will have it. And, you know, part of it also has to be psychological, right? You spend so much time being hemmed in your own zone. By the time you're actually able to break out and move downfield, you're a little hesitant because you're expecting just a big clear to come back the other way, like it has over the past 2.5 minutes.
Talked about it earlier with FDOT. We were talking about how this game, defense versus offense, and if you don't have an offense, you can't win the game. Defense wins matches, championships, whatever you want to use, what reference from what game. But if you can't get your offense going, you're never going to win. You have to score that first goal, and they're just keeping them from ever getting any opportunity to get that offensive train moving.
I've always been a fan of the adage that defense will help you not lose, but offense will win you games. That's what we're seeing right now. Stromboli has all the offense, and Monkey Business,
all the defense as well.
Yeah, and they can defend all they want, but they can't get anything towards the net. Calm will try here. This will drop downward, but Alraz has yet another booming clear downfield. Stokely whiffed on that ball, but Alraz had to go for boost.
Bump there.
So now Heck. Same place, same time, same ball with Alraz for the moment. That may give Monkey Business the break they've been looking for, but then again, if you don't touch the ball, it doesn't really matter. Now it does it. He's trying to force his way through is J-Pow. But even then, while they didn't score, that took another, 5 seconds off the clock? They have a chance here, and finally Stokely will score.
Stokely is going to score that one, and they're very lucky because Calm was coming down as well. So Aeon comes through the corner. Calm tailed him too closely and wasn't able to get to that ball. Luckily, Stokely, third man committing, had they not got that shot, that would have been a disastrous situation. It would have been another goal going the way of Stromboli. So dangerous ball, but they're on the board. They're starting to get something going.
Well, that's great. It took them 9.5 minutes to get one. Now they got to do it again in less than 30 seconds, and that one
They're trying.
will drop down in front. Now Monkey Business, they've at least seen one go in. That's great, but they are struggling to get that second, the one they need to force overtime. Another stop at midfield by J-Pow. This will bounce out. Aeon's got to keep it in the air. He does. Needs one more touch. That touch also has to go upward, and that's caught by Calm. Gives them a chance. And Stokely will do all he can. Get some help from Calm again. The demo doesn't seem to have hurt him very much, but there's yet another clear downfield. Again, they have to go the length of the field yet again. The ball can't touch the ground, and now it finally will demo them enough, and finally there's nobody there to touch it.
J-Pow finally got upset and decided he was just going to take out the entire enemy team. If they can't touch the ball, they can't keep the ball in play. Ends up working out for him. J-Pow, though, is somebody that is impressing me. He's always there on defense, yet he's always the guy in the midfield breaking up the play as well. He seems to be in both places at once, and I just can't figure out how he's getting from A to B so quickly.
Well, you got one side in Monkey Business that all throughout the preseason, they're all smiles and laughs and haha, Monkey Business. We got the Sadie brand. We're ready to go. And you got another team that's all business here in Stromboli, and they are taking care of business right now to the tune of now outscoring these guys 4-1 over the first couple of games. And that one goal didn't really seem to mean a whole lot because it took 9 minutes of series time to get there.
And again, it was a situation where they were having to triple commit to get that ball. They would have had Aeon coming off the corner, Calm, who's just about hit the post on the near side, and then on the far side, Stokely made that shot off the post. Had that been wide and off the wall, would have immediately been behind them and a runaway breakout goal for Stromboli. So even the one goal still doesn't look good. It was still a really dangerous play to try and pull off.
It's been tough for Monkey Business because they've been behind the 8 ball at the start of both games so far. They give up a goal, 5 seconds in to Heck. How excited was he to get onto the field for the first time? And then they give up a goal.
About as excited as Andy last week.
Apparently, right. And then they give up a goal in the first minute again in Game 2. So they're chasing the game before they even get settled in. What do they do here in Game 3? It is going to be Alraz and Stromboli on the attack first.
They have survived the first 7 seconds so far. That's a good sign.
Yeah, give them a gold star at this point. This will be Stokely. Stopped by Heck. And he will get the midfield boost and the demo on Aeon. And at some point, Aeon's just going to be wondering, how do I catch a break against these guys? There's a pop over one. Heck looking for more, and he does. As Calm tried to clear it, Heck was still right there.
four-man roster currently through week 2 is alive and well. Heck showing up, doing at least as much work as Andy, making it easy out here. They're on their way to another 3-0. They were the only team to go undefeated in week 1, possibly going to do it in week 2 as well.
This is getting ugly for Monkey Business as well. It's this four-man roster of Stromboli probably putting a few teams on notice here, especially as they go through the season. If they continue to drop teams further down the standings, you start going to maybe Liquipedia and looking at who are the subs for all these other teams. Maybe you see Sadie at some point if the offense doesn't pick up for Monkey Business. It won't be Stokely. He's taken out of the play for a moment. So now J-Pal floating one on, and that's going to be saved by Aeon.
Again, stoppage right at the halfway mark. This one gonna be on target from Calm though. Right as I start to praise him for the touch in mid, puts it right into the hands of Calm, right on the nose, bangs that one downfield and able to put it behind them. Nobody there to defend. First time I've seen the net left completely open like that.
I think fans of Bull Send from last season are gonna be wondering, we all know how incredibly talented Calm is. What a save off the kickoff, and Heck will push this one home. This is something you see when you first play the game for the first time. Oh, the kickoff went off the side. It's all luck. Boo! Well, it happens here in the rival series.
Apparently it just happens everywhere.
Unreal.
The number of kickoff goals that these guys pull off, it's almost like Stromboli has practiced kickoff goals over and over and over and over again, and that's like the main thing they drill home because they get them time and time again.
I know that I will catch some grief for saying this because I get it all the time, but I don't understand when you know that there is going to be a 50-50 at midfield while the ball is just sitting there. Your first instinct is, oops, 34 is not enough. I need to go get 100 and just leave the net wide open. Kickoff goals, my biggest pet peeve, and we just saw one there. We just saw one of the worst kinds right there. Given up by Monkey Business. They are not out of this series yet. They still have 3 minutes to go here in game 3, but they do have a foot in the grave here. They may have a lot more if Heck gets a few more dunks like that. He has been a menace for them to deal with. He got a demo and it sets up Alraz. The lead is back to 2.
The guy's just involved all over the place. He's just making plays. He's off field. Unfortunately, he got demoed out as well, but that demo puts the pressure on the defense, and the other two have to try and make a quick return back to the net, not able to get there in time.
Feel like Stromboli has led by 2 by halftime of every game in this series. It has been dominance, to say the least.
I'm about ready to put my pick in for whoever they're playing against next week, and I'm just going to take Stromboli a week early. I don't even know what the matchup is.
Starting to think I may just have to never pick Monkey Business the way this is going. Again, it is still a long season. These teams will have to play all the way through the rest of this month. They'll still have to play all through March. Still looking to reach the ultimate goal of either going directly to the championship series or getting the chance to play their way in April.
Stromboli can play like this all season. If they don't take the #1 spot in auto promote, I think that they've got a good chance that they can maintain this to be a team playing for a spot into the RLCS.
Another loose ball. Stromboli trying to add more to their tally. Put this one out of reach, perhaps, for Monkey Business. Popped up again, Stokely. He's got to clear lane and clear the runway. Monkey Business back within 1.
A little bit of a double commit there. J-Pal coming up while Alraz was still there. Alraz out of boost, has to go get it. He's not going to be able to make it back in time. And Heck, not able to get there as well. Able to carry that one in. And Stokely still down 1 minute and a half left on the clock to try and tie this one up or take the lead.
These two teams will also play tomorrow on the B stream. As this ball will be dropped down. You got to imagine that 72 pin connector. They'll be a little worried after dropping 0-2, but they got to be licking their chops watching what Stromboli's doing to Monkey Business. So it will be 72 PC and Monkey Business. That one's just wide. And J-Pow will at least try to get this over to the corner so Heck can play it. Meanwhile, Chaos Esports Club probably wondering, are we equipped to deal with Stromboli?
I love that from Heck there, just eating time off the clock. Both his teammates just letting him do it, sitting in the corner for a good 10, 15 seconds there. Nothing comes of it, but that's all they need to do. All they need to do is maintain that lead, get back on defense, block the ball, and eat time off the clock. And it seems like they're starting to get back into that mode. That's what they were doing last round when they were up 1-0, and they ate the majority of the time off the clock in that last match doing so.
Another drive, this time from Calm, is blocked immediately by Alraz. Demos left and right, and a pass goes to Heck. He missed a week, but he's going to catch up with another goal.
Another great transitional goal. Alraz gets the block, sends it into the sidewall, immediately sees Heck, throws it right to him, and into the back of the net it goes. Those transitional shots are really shining.
That makes 5 goals now for Heck in this series, and it has been a heck of a series for the, well, newcomer, the starter for Stromboli, making his rival series debut this week. And the final few seconds will mercifully tick away. Monkey Business will go back to licking their wounds, and they'll have to regroup for tomorrow when they have to deal with Jacob and 72 PC. But for now, it is all about Stromboli, now 2-0 in the rival series.
6-0 in their matches. They've 3-0'd both teams in week 1 and week 2, and they're looking good doing it. They're the most consistent I've seen on rotations.
Just to maybe whet your appetite a little bit, yeah, they play on the B stream tomorrow against Chaos Esports Club, but guess who they close out next week against? The old Charlotte Phoenix. Boy, that's going to be a lot of fun to watch, but
Charlotte Phoenix is going to be the toughest one they've come up against. Then I think that'll be a real indicator of where they stand in this league on the NA side.
Yeah, they have made quick work of 2 opponents so far this season, and one of them being Monkey Business, who, again, came in with all the expectations in the world. Aeon had promoted to the RLCS, then got dropped, and then found his way onto Monkey Business, and he thought, well, great, he's a good defensive player. They're going to lose Dino. They're going to need a defensive presence because, you know, we know how good Comm and Stokely are offensively, and it hasn't worked out so far for Monkey Business.
It hasn't, and Aeon is doing what we expected him to. He is showing up on defense. In that last round, he had 3 saves. He is there on defense. He is doing what we were expecting him to. They need to get the offensive transition going and get the attacks going. They just were not able to do anything that match. The possessions, 100% Stromboli. I mean, a little less than 100%. But basically, it felt like it was all Stromboli all 3 matches in possession of that ball.
So Stromboli gets the Charlotte Phoenix next week. What do they have to look forward to? Well, let's find out, because up next, our final match of Week 2 in North America. It is the Charlotte Phoenix against Absolute Leverage. It is coming your way after this short break.
To escape. Will change your mood. When you're walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. Chase your happy place. It will change your groove. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again.
What's good, Rocket League? Welcome back to our final matchup of the day. North America got to put an end cap on that one. Charlotte Phoenix will go head-to-head, and we'll see them play against Absolute Leverage. Been an interesting day so far. Gentlemen, still here with me, Supersonic and Stacks. What can we say about Charlotte Phoenix?
Well, the Charlotte Phoenix, they can't apparently look ahead to Stromboli, to say the least. They got to focus on Absolute Leverage here, who have proved themselves to be a very formidable opponent. You know, they had a great run through the play-in a couple of weeks ago to get to this point. They're still got to piece it together. They got a lot to work on, and they're going up against a team in the Charlotte Phoenix. Look, they, on paper, again, we say on paper a lot, and apparently it doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. But
my paper. Anyway,
yeah,
my paper's wrong.
Oh, yeah, just scribble all that out over there. But no, for the Charlotte Phoenix, they come in with very lofty expectations. They feel like they should have been in the RLCS already. They feel like they should have gone back last season. They had so many chances to get there with having 2 chances to promote, and they didn't. And I got to feel like that's leaving a really sour taste in their mouth.
Absolute Leverage across the way. What's the 1, 2, 3 on them?
The 1, 2, 3 is that they need to get some 1, 2, 3 plays in. They need 1, 2, 3s all over the board in all the categories. This is going to be a really tough matchup for them. They went up against Stromboli week 1, which is showing up to be a powerhouse team so far. And you almost feel bad that week 1, week 2 they get Stromboli into Charlotte Phoenix.
Well, let's take a look at the players that'll represent these teams here today. Charlotte Phoenix coming through with Karma, Turinturo, and Shadow. And Ablev across the way. Absolute Leverage represented by Rodoko, Kinsey, and Wanda Mike, who all eyes have been on Wanda Mike kind of finally making it here into the rival series. One of the younger players in the league. And so watching the fresh young talent come through has been very exciting. And I mentioned this last week, Rodoko was one of the most impressive players as far as the eye test was concerned for me watching the play-ins. So watching Rodoko and Kinsey and Wanda Mike, I know a lot of people are going to be staring at Karma and Shadow and Turinturo this time around. But Absolute Leverage, I think, despite what happened last week, I think they absolutely could do some things here today.
Yeah, they certainly have the tools to be successful. They've got the advantage of being a team that didn't have a lot of expectations coming in through the play-ins. Talking about Absolute Leverage, they were not supposed to beat Affinity in the play-ins, and they did, or rather, So they survived that. Now they're in the league, but it's a different beast once you're in this league play setting, and it is a tough task once you've got the likes of Charlotte Phoenix. You've got a veteran like Karma. You've got the talented Shadow and what Turinturo brings to the table. I don't like their chances one bit.
It's going to be tough here. Supersonic will shift into prediction mode here. We heard all about Absolute Leverage. I mean, the story for Charlotte Phoenix is kind of out there. Where are you leaning on this one?
I have to go Charlotte Phoenix. They looked so clean last week. Team plays galore, pinch plays between Turinturo and Karma, 81% assists on their goals. The team is operating really well, and they're playing together. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with this whole season.
Karma is very high on Wonder Mike as a player. I know she was very excited to see him get into the league. I think she thinks very highly of him as a player. She's also going to have a lot of fun absolutely crushing him and his team here. I think that the Charlotte Phoenix are going to take this one handily.
That leaves me. Absolute Leverage coming in here throughout the play-ins looked very, very strong. I think that although their competition across the way hasn't always been to the level of Charlotte Phoenix, but at the end of the day, having a tough opponent week number 2 just might be what the doctor ordered. I have Absolute Leverage. I think that going into this one will absolutely be a barn burner. Don't get me wrong, it's not going to be an easy walk here for the black and white, but I think that at the end of the day, going up against this squad, Karma spoke highly of Wonder Mike, and Wonder Mike has been a fan of the league quite obviously as we watch him play through all the other tournaments and whatnot. So I think that this squad comes in, no expectations, and I think that at the end of the day, somebody's got to take down the Phoenix. It just might be the squad.
We have a believer over here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, but no, I think I would love to see it happen because, anybody who knows me knows that I'm a huge fan of these underdogs that come into the league who nobody knows who they are outside of, the hardcore fans. And they kind of make a name for themselves, and then they gain fans over the course of the season. I would love for Rodoko and Kinsei and Wonder Mike to be real household names by the end of this season. You stake your claim to that here if you can knock off the Charlotte Phoenix here in week 2.
That's what I'm saying. I think Rodoko, Wonder Mike, and Kinsei have what it takes, but Charlotte Phoenix are certainly going to be standing in the way. We've got Supersonic, we've got Stacks, we've got Stranger, and 2 of the stronger teams. Let's get right into it.
So it is the task set in front of Absolute Leverage. All you got to do is beat the Charlotte Phoenix. No big deal.
Simple.
You got to win 3 games. That's it. You can just score 3 goals and win this series. 3 goals will not be enough to win this series. They're going to have to score a lot more than that because they're going to have shots flying in left and right coming from the Charlotte Phoenix. We are underway in game number 1. We are not underway in game number 1. The players are not quite ready. Little false start there, so we will reset things and get them all in the lobby. We had a player that did not join, and just process of elimination, it looked like it was Shadow.
Well, that is one way to make things a little more interesting. Charlotte Phoenix trying to handicap themselves at the start of the round.
Yeah, I don't think that's how that works, unfortunately. No, I don't think you get to just say, hey, we're going to play this 3-on-2 because we think we're better than everybody else.
Imagine the statement that sends, though.
Oh, my, and, if any team could do it.
If any team could do it 2v3. Yeah.
I wonder, actually, I think that old Fibion team back in the first season of Rival Series, Applesauce, that had the, they beat Incognito 12-0. They probably could have put up 6 on Incognito playing 2v3.
I don't have that information in my brain to confirm or deny that, but I do trust your judgment most of the time, and I will ride with you on that. All
right, there we go. Confirm it right there. Put it on the board that, yes, there are some teams that have been woefully bad in the Rival Series. I don't think Absolute Leverage is one of them, though, as we try to get all of our players back in here, make sure that Turinturo or Shadow, whoever it was, actually gets in the lobby and is ready to play. Because, yes, we do have to play 3-on-3 to start all these matches. Now, after that point, you want to
Yeah, I mean, if you want to drive, sit in the corner, whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
that's,
right? Yeah,
that's your prerogative. Do what you're going to do.
Yeah, you want to call on JamesBot, bring him in, have a fourth player on the field, you go right ahead. It's happened before, but we do have to at least start with 3.
Is there something I missed?
Yeah, JamesBot. All the time, just joining lobbies. It's what we do. It doesn't happen in the rival series. Let me just confirm right now. It doesn't happen in the rival series, okay? That has never happened on a Friday. We have never stopped a game because somebody has joined a team by accident. So no pressure here as you bring us into some lobbies.
I'm already in and connected the way I want to be. I'm just going to move the keyboard away from myself.
There you go. Yeah, you just put the hands behind your back and just commentate like this, and you have no problems whatsoever.
It's good stretch. Get some angles there, and doesn't stretch too well in this.
Yeah, no, the suits are not conducive for stretching at all. But what is conducive for stretching is the Charlotte Phoenix offense. It stretches the field very well. It gets downfield so quickly on their counterattack. They move from one side to the other as fast as any team we've seen in the rival series.
And I think it's going to be a big problem for them. That was one of the things I was looking at. One of the stats that I actually noticed on the side of Absolute Leverage, Wonder Mike in one of the matches, almost 90 seconds at 0 boost. Yeah. That's almost a third of the match. He averaged out at about 75 seconds, 0 boost. The boost management needs to get under control. You can't be without boost that long. That's going to slow down your rotation back, and the Charlotte Phoenix is not going to hit the brakes for you. They're going to put that ball into the back of your net if you're not there to get it.
Yeah, on the road to Grand Champ, you learn the importance of boost management, but you never really appreciate it until you get into a lobby with someone like Shadow on the other side who will run around the field and he will beat you at every boost. Even though, you get a head start on him, he just seems like he's always just a little bit faster. And then that just builds up over the course of a series and you realize, yeah, I'm going around, I got no boost. And then it gets in your head a little bit, and then you start kind of going boost over ball. Then you leave the net open, like we saw Monkey Business do a few times, and it turns into something really nasty really quickly.
And the thing is, the synergy between the team is what allows Shadow to do that. There's enough trust that they're all in rotation where they're supposed to be, that Shadow's kind of free to make those moves when he wants to and take those boosts, take mid, take the corner, battle them for that. He knows that third man is there and has his back.
So as we try to get all the players back in here, we do appreciate your patience with us. We're going to get our ugly mugs off this screen soon enough as the players try to load in and get ready to go. It does look like we have all 6 of them finally ready to play. And so in just a moment, we will start game number 1 and make sure that they are all moving and ready to go. They are indeed. Let's finally begin our last match of North America in week number 2. That's going to be high off the crossbar as Absolute Leverage is going to be the first team on the attack. And Wonder Mike scores against his fan Karma.
So Wonder Mike, all 3 up here, a little bit dangerous. Those 2 coming out. Wonder Mike with a little bit of patience as he saw the other 2 ahead of him. Gets up, gets a nice shot around the defender, puts it into that corner. Up 1-0 in the first 10 seconds. They're going to need to maintain this scoring pace. This is going to be one where you've got to outshoot the other team. Turinturo, he almost has a shot as he puts it off the side, and Shadow's there to clean it up. Turinturo to Shadow, 1-1.
Okay, playtime's over. That was a nice opening goal for Absolute Leverage. Charlotte Phoenix answers right back, and we'll see if they can kind of assert their dominance early on in this game, or will it in fact be a back and forth affair as the first 18 seconds have proven to be. That's going to go right to Karma, and probably should have been a little more trouble than it was. This will find Turinturo, great pass, and there you mentioned all the assists that the Phoenix racked up in week 1.
I love the passes that we see out of Charlotte Phoenix. We don't see it too often out of the other teams here in the RLRS. They're making passes at their 1. Their number 2 is then passing at their number 1, who's making the rotation back to the 3 spot, and they're getting shot opportunities there. Kinsey, though, and Wonder Mike, they're going to connect together, and they're going to get the second goal here. A lot of high-flying shots, both sides of the field here, and we're up 2-1, the side of Alev.
You can see the defender sitting in the net. As soon as Wonder Mike got that last touch that he got, just completely threw the defense for a loop. Could not recover. Cheeky play has Alev back on top. Turanturo will lose control as Wonder Mike is in the way of that shot. Now Rodoko. Oh, Shadow gets by him once, and Wonder Mike is there to swat it away. Back comes absolute leverage. Crossfield pass, rather dangerous pass. He didn't get as much power behind it as he would have liked, but it got to the target. And now Turanturo looking to beat everybody by himself. No, follow-up is not going to have a lot behind it. And that's going to be saved by Rodoko, but not cleared out of the zone as Turanturo's there. Now Shadow bringing it right back in, but that left a lot to be desired. And it looks like Leverage should be able to get out of the zone, and they do.
That's 3 in a row there for Karma. That kind of weak touch that we thought was a pass. It may have just been kind of a bad touch, then a weak shot, then another weak touch there. Just slightly off the mark is Karma right now. I do expect her to clean that up and start getting some power behind these shots.
Karma will push this out to midfield. Nobody there in a blue card to play it forward, so comes right back, and now Turanturo. Decent challenge to keep it from going too far downfield, but there's Kinsey.
The quickness from Shadow there to split the defenders and get a ball back downfield. Dangerous turn, but knew that he was going to get there first.
Well, that's a loose ball in front, and a blast from Karma, stopped by Wonder Mike. Absolute Leverage keeps their 1-goal lead. They get a demo on Karma on the other side, but nothing doing from there. So we finally cross the halfway point of game 1. And now a high hop, threatening to go over Karma. Cheeky pass trying to go behind her, and now it's going to be Rodoko who extends the lead.
Alev is finding each other. They are getting some really nice passes. Couple shots here. Rodoko going to be able to kind of solo play this one off of a touch from the defense. Alev looking pretty clean here so far. Definitely looks like they've cleaned up some of the issues that they had last week in the match versus Stromboli.
Starting off the second half of game 1 just the way they started the first half. Another goal. Now they lead by even more. It's going to be Wonder Mike challenging Shadow. Shadow's done well to get around him. We dip inside 2 minutes. Still an eternity. Ooh, especially with demos like that as they took Kinsey out of the play. Good save by Wonder Mike. Another clear by Rodoko, and well, they will not use tandem defense to get out of the zone. Instead, it'll be brought right back in. Turo's going to collect at midfield. Again, it's going to take a lot more defending to hold on to this lead, but they shut down the double attempt there by Karma. So now Turanturo will trying to hit Karma. He does, but her shot, not a lot of power, and Rodoko clears it away.
Yeah, it's been a couple touches like that where ball's just out of Karma's reach. She's not able to get any power into the ball.
A loose ball here as a couple players went for blocks. Neither made contact, and it leads to a shot sent away by Wonder Mike. And again, absolute leverage. Defying all logic, defying the odds. They have a 3-1 lead in game 1 that is held to the final minute. And what they're doing right now to the Charlotte Phoenix, I think, even drives home the point of how impressive Stromboli is, that they were able to manhandle this team a week ago.
One of the things that they're doing really well is they kind of have a 2-man attack, and they're getting these quick second touches and opening up opportunities that way, and the third man is staying back, so they're kind of swapping in 2 at a time. They're making quick attacks. They're not trying to keep a ton of offensive pressure over and over again. They're trying to find the opportunities that they can create for themselves and capitalize on those moments rather than just trying to pound the ball over and over again at the enemy net.
The 2 leading scorers from the rival series a season ago held to just 1 goal as that save is cleared away. And that is going to do it for game 1 unless Alev decide they want to score another one. They will not get the opportunity to. Absolute Leverage takes game 1, and they never seem to let the Charlotte Phoenix get off the ground.
No, they had a man back every time. The couple opportunities that Charlotte Phoenix did have, we had some kind of soft touches on the ball, no real power behind them. They weren't really applying real pressure like we've seen out of them. on to Alev. Alev was just kind of able to make some nice soft touches, soft clears, take the ball up the wall, and then make a quick attack run. And if they didn't get it, they were back to defense. They weren't staying in and overstaying their welcome. They got in, handled business, and got out.
This absolute leverage team, it feels like one of those teams that comes along every so often where they play up to the level of whoever they're playing. And maybe they play down to the level of teams that they're expecting to see as well. You know, the Stromboli team that they saw in week 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, that would explain week 1. If they tried to play down to Stromboli and they didn't take it serious, that may explain the issue that we had there, because they look like a different team right now.
And not consciously, mind you. It's just sometimes there are players that when they see, hey, we're up against Karma, Shadow, and Turo, and everybody thinks that these guys are, you know, God's gift to Rocket League, then all of a sudden, you know, the energy is up just a little bit more, and they brought it in game number 1. They take that 3-1. And they are on their way here to evening out their record.
And one to Mike, living up to the hype that Karma's given. Maybe Karma's a little starstruck out there. Maybe it's, man, that's one to Mike on the field. You see him? He's on the other side of the pitch from us.
Now we have the paparazzi following him if he keeps playing the way he did in game number 1. A goal and 2 assists, and it all adds up to a 3-1 victory for Absolute Leverage. What do they have for an encore? Let's find out on Urban Central, as that's going to angle out towards the far side, brought right back in. Absolute Leverage. They are swarming early yet again, but this will give Charlotte Phoenix just a little breathing room as the ball goes all the way down to the back line. Karma taking her time and just had the ball picked away from her. And it just feels like maybe the Charlotte Phoenix playing it a little too nonchalant. That ball is going to be cleared away, only as far as Rodoko, and he does at least make Shadow go by, but that does mean Shadow is lurking downfield for the moment. He will turn and head back, and this ball will be cleared in his general direction.
Shadow going to get down for that one. Looked like he was going to try and get a pass out to turn Turo. Another one of those kind of quick, cheeky passes. Almost gets a shot in there is Karma. And that one gets knocked away, and another quick pass. Not really making anything out of them, but starting to get those going. That's what we saw out of Charlotte Phoenix last week. Those quick passes, those quick pinches, and they need to get something going on the offensive side here. Get one of those goals in, and it'll definitely bring the morale up and get that speed going.
Oh, what a save made by Kinsey on a great shot from Karma that against a lot of other teams probably ends up in the net. Not this time, and now a booming clear off the backboard has Absolute Leverage trying to stretch down the field yet again, and they do! Wonder Mike beats the defense.
What is going on right now on the side of Charlotte Phoenix? This is not the team that we saw. One to Mike. Also, what's going on the other side? One to Mike. Kinsey, where was all this last week? You're going to need to do this every week if you're going to be here in the Rivals series.
I mean, the way Absolute Leverage is moving around the field on both halves, it looks like difficult terrain that the Phoenix are trying to drive through. They're just moving oh so much slower than anybody else. Turinturo will try. He's blocked by Rodoko. And this will be sent out of harm's way as well. Now, the Charlotte Phoenix, not for lack of effort, but they have not been able to solve the defense of Alev. And time is not moving any slower for them. That's going to be a golden opportunity that nobody's there for. Finally, Shadow does get there in time and does tie up the game.
Those types of goals aren't going to present themselves very often. You're not going to be able to depend on those. Charlotte Phoenix still has some things to figure out. It also took a lot of time for them to realize what had happened there, and Shadow had to turn to get to that ball. Nobody else was there to commit on it, which feels a little slow. I feel like somebody else should have been there.
It is clear that because of whatever Absolute Leverage is doing, the Charlotte Phoenix are not playing their best Rocket League at this point. And that's going to be the challenge for a lot of teams over the course of this long season. Win the games where you're not playing at your best. You've got to survive and advance on to next week as that goes just wide. Right now, they are in full-on survival mode. Turinturo sends one downfield. It's going to be brought right back. They got a demo on Shadow, so Karma has to challenge. Shadow does respawn, and fortunately for the Phoenix, that shot nowhere near the mark. Now one to Mike. Oh, that's a great challenge by Kinsey. Now one to Mike, drop one down. Shadow did not expect this to be on target, and it was, and it's 2-1.
How many goals is that? now for Wonder Mike?
That would be number 3.
Number 3. So second one of this game, had one in the first round. Wonder Mike is definitely here and showing up. I haven't seen him out of boost yet either.
Yeah, that's the biggest difference between last week and this week. All of a sudden, it's amazing what happens when you have at least 40 or 50 boost every time the ball comes near you.
Yeah, when you have a player that can play at that level and get the praise that Wonder Mike has, you can't do much without boost, and it seems like this week he's definitely kept that in mind. You see, he just cut out again there, made sure he went to get to the corner. 2 players on defense already. He's taking those opportunities and making sure he's got something in the tank for when he needs it.
Downfield from Turo. Can't do anything with it. Karma, so it'll be Kinsey bringing this all the way back. And now Shadow. Battling with Wonder Mike. Now he's got to battle with Rodoko. He's got Karma in support. That goes off of Rodoko and on target, so Kinsey has to clear it away. That's a whiff from Karma. She did not leave that for Shadow, but it works out anyways. It slowed down the defense, and Shadow taps it home.
Shadow able to bring that one up and over, gets the read. Don't think that ever saw Karma coming for that, which just left him right on target. Read that ball, nice, easy, quick one up and off the backboard and down.
Shadow has all 3 goals for the Charlotte Phoenix. Meanwhile, it's a well-rounded offensive effort with Wonder Mike leading the charge with 3 of his own for absolute leverage.
Looking to see more of those connections that we saw in week 1. The turn Turo to Karma, Karma to turn Turo. We were calling them out time and time again, the pinches together. Not seeing that same synergy here, and I don't know if it's that pass is just getting picked off, if those lanes are getting shut down. Opportunity there, though. Shadow gonna get another one finally here in the last 40 seconds of match number 2. They are going to be in the lead 3-2.
Is it just me, or have most of the Phoenix goals just not looked impressive?
They definitely don't.
I mean, not to say it's all luck, but they do look very fluky.
There's situations where that goal's just getting left open, or somebody's awkward touch that created a misread from the defense. Sometimes from the offense where Karma missed one, but Shadow was able to clean it up. None of these have been just clean, decisive statement goals.
Well, it doesn't...
I take that back. Shadow had one that was up off the backboard on a double touch, but...
Yeah. It doesn't always have to be off a great pass into a flip reset double touch banger. It just has to go in the net, and it has 3 times for Shadow and the Charlotte Phoenix here in this game, but it hasn't been enough as Wonder Mike will tie the game with 3 to go.
Wonder Mike refusing to let this match go down and go 1-1. They want get 3 matches in and get out. You do not want to let Charlotte Phoenix have enough time to get it sorted out and get things firing, because if they get everything pulled together, there's a good chance that a team like Charlotte Phoenix could reverse sweep you.
We have seen a couple so far, but we will not see a game end in regulation in game 2. We will go to golden goal. It'll either be absolute leverage 5 minutes away from stunning the Phoenix, or Charlotte Phoenix getting back into this series and reminding Alev just who they are. It's an opportunity for absolute leverage here as Turo rotates to the net. He may be called upon as this will be brought around the corner. Turo does send it out. Does miss there, but I think the turn by Kinsey actually threw him off. And now it's an opportunity cut out by Rodoko. Needed a second touch, did not get there, but Wonder Mike there on the back wall.
I love the amount of effort out of Shadow there. Won the challenge, put into the corner, quick reaction to immediately get back on the ball and try and open up that play. Then gets another touch, gets a boost steal and a bump. Really just an all-out stellar play there. Unfortunately, nothing to come of it.
A ball that pinballs around 3 different cars and will head downfield again, so the Charlotte Phoenix will try yet again to score. And a ball that is left there, and Karma cannot force it home. Now Shadow. He's stopped by Rodoko. Kinsey dunked by Karma. This is in the net, and the Charlotte Phoenix steal game 2.
Steal is exactly what happened. There was a lot of ugly goals in there from Charlotte Phoenix, and it ends up being enough to get it done. Pulls it off in the end, but I don't think that's a decisive win. They still have some things to work on going into game number 3. If they can't clean them up, I don't expect those types of opportunities to continue to present themselves from A-Lev.
Well, when we get to the end of the season, at the end of March, and we look back at all the tiebreakers and the game differentials, all it's going to look like is win number 4 for the Charlotte Phoenix on the season, as they tie up the series now with absolute leverage. And they had to scratch and claw for it. They had to dig deep into the bag of tricks. And in the end, it was finally somebody other than Shadow getting on the board.
Yeah, one of the things I'm noticing that I saw a ton of and I talked about last week is that there was always somebody on each side of the pitch. There was somebody on the left wall, somebody on the right wall, somebody down the center. That third man was usually back. The other two were riding the walls. The rotation this week from the Phoenix really is leaning either left or right, whichever way the ball's going, and you've got 2 guys sitting mid. They're not getting control over that ball on the left and right side, and they're leaving room for that ball to clear out and get around them. That might be one of the things that's leading to the situation that they're in. They're not getting as much spread on the field to control the ball. They were dominating the midfield last week.
Yeah, and if absolute leverage can kind of spread the defense of the Phoenix and kind of work laterally and get onto the weak side to get a blistering pass, maybe a ground pinch along, then all of a sudden, Charlotte Phoenix, they're going to be in a lot of trouble here. They did have some really good saves, though, right along the goal line. They had to work to keep absolute leverage within reach, and they do at least take game 2. Now we go to game 3. Somebody is going to be 1 win away from taking this series. Going to be bombed away as absolute leverage tried to get on the board early yet again. But Karma is going to find Shadow. Turo is down there waiting for a mistake. None is made just yet. And there's a good clear coming straight down on the ball. Kinsey paid the price for it, but it has been just enough to give absolute leverage a chance to work their way downfield now. Kinsey coming on and does not get a touch, and there's a few times that's happened to him where he hasn't been able to get a piece of the ball coming off the side.
Wonder Mike with boost is a completely different player. He has been so quick to get up to the ball this series so far. He's been there up, getting to the ball before the defense does. Even when he's coming from the further point, he is playing so quick and so accurately. A lot of the times you see these guys start speeding up from where they're normally playing at, and the accuracy goes down. It doesn't seem to be affecting Wonder Mike, though, as he's just been after everything.
Rodoko and Kinsey both up for this. So too was a Charlotte defender.
Wonder Mike there again, coming from his end of the field.
It almost feels like absolute leverage. They just want this one a little bit more, and I think it's that chip on their shoulder, because they've probably heard it all throughout the seasons. This is all about monkey business and Charlotte Phoenix and this team and that team, and they're not in that discussion just yet.
And getting 3-0'd in week 1 also puts you, that's definitely going to put a chip on your shoulder, because the conversation is going to go that direction. Did they kind of limp in and they just had a good match in the play-ins, or did they earn it? Do they deserve to be here? And they're absolutely proving that they deserve to be here right now.
Yeah, there's a big difference between this absolute leverage team and so many teams that did make the rival series or even failed to make the rival series. When everybody's talking about teams that aren't them, they kind of start getting a little whiny, like, oh, why aren't you talking about us? Well, because you're not very good. Absolute Leverage is trying to prove that they do belong in that conversation, and they have a lead to show for it in Game 3.
Just feed Wonder Mike all the boost, and he'll come and make all the plays. Rodoko with a great challenge there against Turinturo. That's going to pinch, pop out into the middle, and Wonder Mike on that ball immediately puts it into the net.
Right before the halfway mark of Game 3, and the gauntlet has been thrown down to the Phoenix. Can they answer yet again? Game 2 had plenty of twists and turns. This is falling, and it will be cleared by Kinsey, as nobody from the Phoenix could follow that play up for the last time. Now Shadow. Does he have it? He sure does, but he's pushed that wide, and that's going to be popped high over the goal. Turinturo and Rodoko both trying to block one another, and then Turinturo, Johnny on the spot, ties the game.
tough shot. These are one of those just really difficult ones. Gets the back flip there to get the touch with the back end of the car, knocks it in. Almost thought it was going to come up and off and be off goal, but he's just able to inch that one in there.
Will be rolled up the wall as both teams lock back in a deadlock yet again. It'll be Karma for Turinturo. Shadow not over there, so it'll be taken back in by Alev. It is Wondamike, who has been a handful for the Charlotte Phoenix to deal with in this series. He's now got 5 goals, a pair of assists to show for his efforts as well. Wondamike looking to add yet another, got the reset in the dunk. That's gonna set up Kinsey, and it's back to a lead for Alev.
Another play here coming out of Wondamike to really set this one up. Kinsey at that just kind of golden distance behind, able to see everything unfold in front of him. Gets up, gets a nice easy shot into the goal, but Wondamike is just an absolute monster this week.
He has had his fingerprints all over everything that Absolute Leverage has done in this series. Kinsey, good slow play there to avoid the demo, but possession given up to Charlotte Phoenix. Here's Karma, looking to get one more, no. Now it's Shadow instead, trying to bang it home, no. Turinturo does, and we're back to square one.
You take enough shot, the ball will eventually go in. Karma gonna put one high, Shadow with that touch, not able to pinch it in, but Turinturo, third man coming in hot. Great placement on that right side to get around the defender.
Right back where we started just a few minutes ago. Now tied up at 2 goals, and that's going to be cleared out of the way of Shadow, but he is waiting for Karma's pass. Now Shadow trying to dunk one in, no. And he will not get this to Turinturo. That caused him to hesitate a bit. And the corner boost is not there for Shadow. Unlucky, but he does get that touch to bring this around the boards. And even with nothing doing there for the Charlotte Phoenix, no resources to speak of, they managed to get downfield. Now to be Shadow, that's going to be off the mark and cleared away further by Wondamike.
Karma out to Shadow. They're starting to get these passing plays going. They're not able to send them home the way they were last week, but I like that they're finally getting into a rhythm. They're looking for the passes. They're trying to break down that defense. Turinturo gonna have to get here though. Gets the demo. That's one way to stop Wondamike. Just take him off the pitch.
Well, he can only do that so much. They do bump him away from the play this time. Karma got a piece, and now it'll be Turinturo skying that one away. Alev was swarming, but this should bring us to overtime. It does, as the Phoenix just couldn't keep the ball in the air. So we'll have overtime again in this series after the incredible drama that was game number 2. Now what do they have left in the tank? Turinturo's got all the boost in the world, but he can't score, all because of Kinsey.
They're maintaining possession a lot more. The offense is starting to click finally here on the Charlotte Phoenix, which is something to worry about for Absolute Leverage. If they get this going, they're going to become a monster to deal with.
Well, this is cleared downfield. Shadow and it looks like Karma kind of traded a little bit of paint. And this will roll into an empty net. It's Wondamike again. Anything he touches turns to gold. Nobody at the back, and Absolute Leverage is up 2-1.
You said that Karma had a lot of praise for him. Karma's having to deal with him here, and they haven't figured him out yet. They're going to need to get something going here because he is an absolute beast out there. He's getting involved all over the place. Kinsey also that game coming up with 4 saves.
Yeah, again, just every time you get a matchup like this where there is one team that feels like the clear favorite, that they have all the talent in the world. Hey, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. And right now, hard work is up 2-1 over talent right now.
Hard work is putting in a ton, and Wondamike is looking for the hardest work he can possibly do. He is just throwing everything on his back. He is involved in almost every play, and if he's not, he's right there and he's ready to be the backup if play doesn't go the way that they want it to. He's been the quickest to the ball. He's had boost every game, keeping himself in. The only times that he's getting taken out of these is when they're getting demos or bumps and removing him. That might be something they need to focus up on. They need to try and get Wonder Mike off the field or at least tilt him. You might want to try and play the mind game, get a couple extra bumps or demos on him.
All right, so let's talk to Coach Jimmer just a little bit here. What do you tell the Charlotte Phoenix going into this last game? Obviously, take out Wonder Mike. What else?
Take out Wonder Mike. You need to start getting back to the point where you're controlling the width of the field. They're playing much more where they're controlling the dead center and back towards their net and one side or the other. They looked way better last week when they were playing to control the width of the field. Bring that third man back down the center a little bit, get two guys wide when you're going in on offense, and then maintain that offensive pressure that they had last week.
You know, if I know Jimmer even half as well as I think I do, I'm pretty sure his message would be, all right, let's get your heads out of your, well, you know, we can't go any further than that. That's just the kind of guy he is with the Charlotte Phoenix. I think he tells them what they need to hear sometimes, and more often than not, it works out. They are down 2-1, and they have their work cut out for them, as that's going to be saved off the goal line by Rodoko. This will go wide, but it's set up for Turinturo. Now everybody, all on the left side, something we just talked about, Supersonic, with everybody on one half of the field, nobody there if the ball happens to skip across. That time it didn't, and now it's back on their end. It'll be Karma, just trying to buy her teammates a little bit of time. And it's worked out at least for now. Shadow got the demo, looking to set one up for Karma. Trying to keep possession now. Turinturo lurking as that's going to be saved. Follow-up was stopped as well. And that is just about going to do it for this attack.
The defense is just holding so strong out of absolute leverage right now. Able to save the flip reset, able to save the dunk off that, and still the third man there to get the clear. All three players getting involved defensively to get that ball out of there while still maintaining presence in the net. They never once left that open or double committed.
All the great mechanical play in the world doesn't matter if you can't stop Wonder Mike, and he's done it yet again from above.
All the mechanical skill in the world will get things done if you're Wonder Mike.
7th goal of the series for Wonder Mike. Talk about wanting to be a household name by the end of this season. Might be one by the end of this weekend.
Keatsa had an opportunity there to take a free ball. Wasn't able to get a touch on it.
Off the backboard, Kinsey coming on. That's going to stay in the zone, but Karma's there and a full tank of boost. She's got Turinturo downfield and a good challenge at midfield. Shadow now, his shot. That left a lot to be desired. It was right at the defense. And Wonder Mike will clear and start him downfield. There's Kinsey yet again. He avoided the bump. Can he get this back to the middle? Didn't use the reset, and back downfield it goes. It looked good, just didn't have the finish.
Another booming shot from Karma up towards the backboard. They are going to keep possession here, but it feels like these balls are just kind of getting thrown out of their half. They're not getting those quick transitional passes. They're not really controlling the ball out to the corners, and when they are, almost every time, they're just going for the same carry off the sidewall. You're giving absolute leverage the same look every time. If they see the same shot coming and they've blocked it 12 to 13 times before, there's a new look. Karma gonna touch one off the sidewall with a nutty angle here. Can't even get mad at the defense for not defending it. That is just an insane angle out of Karma.
That one touch, that first touch from Karma, beat two defenders. They jumped and they realized, oh, we forgot to take the ball with us. My goodness, what a goal from Karma. And all of a sudden, Charlotte Phoenix have tied up this game, and they're looking for more, looking to take the lead in Game 4, a game that they have to win to remain undefeated on their, at least even have a chance at remaining undefeated on the season. One to Mike, that's going to bounce off the corner, and Shadow's right there. Good job collecting that ball in the corner. Rodoko trying to force his way through Turinturo. And now Kinsey's gonna leave that. No, but here comes the Grim Reaper himself, and Karma makes the save.
Karma at the last second gets there. They had to have broken, I mean, every set of axles on all three of them, but Karma was the first one to get broken and actually made it back for the third or fourth shot there.
Kinsey stops this from clearing the zone. Rodoko couldn't get there in time, and now it will be Shadow trying to streak down the side. Karma backs off, lets Turinturo take over. So we get to the final minute. Drop down, nobody home, but this will find Shadow, so indirectly a decent pass. This will go across, and Karma is there, opts to go for the boost instead. And so it will be Kinsey to try his luck on the other side. And now we're seeing the Charlotte Phoenix controlling both sides, left, right, and even the middle of the field. And now they're putting the pressure on Absolute Leverage. They have turned up the heat. Can Alev break this and either force OT or maybe take this in regulation? Wonder Mike trying to break Charlotte's heart yet again. Karma now, it'll be Rodoko. Angle down, no. Cleared away by Shadow. Karma's all the way downfield. Does not get the challenge she was looking for. So we go to the final countdown in the initial 5 of Game 4. Wonder Mike had all the time in the world, but got taken out. Now Karma, can she keep it in the air? She can, and no, it's still not on target. And that will do it for regulation in Game 4.
That was a really close one there. Dangerous situation for Absolute Leverage. Two things that happened there right before they set that up, though. They had the bump on Wonder Mike before to keep the ball down there, demoed him the second time around, and when you take Wonder Mike off the field, really scary situations tend to happen for Absolute Leverage. I'd like to see a bit more of them getting involved and aggressive with Wonder Mike.
Wonder Mike currently streaking back in case he's needed on the defensive end. Kinsey is there as well, but it's Wonder Mike who will send that off to the side. Now Mike. Oh, he's feeling it. But this time it's going to be Karma in the way. Kinsey is going to get the midfield boost. All important midfield canister there. This will go all the way across. Turinturo and Shadow are there. Karma shading over as well, and it will be cleared all the way down. Karma taken out of the play. Another brief respite perhaps, unless they get another dunk goal, just the way they ended Game 2.
This is not the way you want to win games, but sometimes it's just the way it goes and you have to get it done. Charlotte Phoenix taking down Game 4, gonna send this one into Game 5, but it is just ugly wins. They're just not pretty, man.
It does not matter how ugly the win is when you get to the end of the season. Yes, a win is a win is a win. And the Charlotte Phoenix have again, they've held Alev at bay, and they have kept this series going into a 5th and final game.
I'm so excited just to look at the statistics at the end of this ball possession time. Like, I'm going to rewatch this series over and over again this week because I don't know how Charlotte Phoenix is staying alive. Wonder Mike has been out of this world for the other side. They're only able to get 1 goal in that match. They held Wonder Mike to 1 goal. Maybe that's the key. When they're bumping and demoing him, they're opening up opportunities for themselves. Doesn't look pretty, doesn't look good, but it at least creates the opportunity. Wonder Mike seems to set the pace for Absolute Leverage this week. If you take him off the field or knock him out of rotation, it seems like the other two kind of fall out of that rotation as well until he's back on the field.
The final 2 matches here in North America this weekend, they've felt like kind of an exhibition for the other teams to watch on just how to actually control the pace of play, how to control the field, because so far what we're seeing from Absolute Leverage is exactly what you've got to do against a team that is as fast, that is as talented as the Charlotte Phoenix. You got to make them uncomfortable, and they have. Granted, it also helps that Wonder Mike is playing the series of his life right now. Again, we mentioned it, 7 goals, and he continues to try and apply the pressure, as does Rodoko, but that's going to go downfield right at Wonder Mike. He has the ball taken from him, and Rodoko will bop it away. Champions Field, the setting, as it is for every decider in the RLCS and the Rival Series. Kinsey trying to shine bright under the spotlight. Now it'll be Rodoko. He's challenged, and it will be Kinsey to bring it right back in. Charlotte Phoenix trying to weather the storm, and they may not. Wonder Mike tried to drop one down to Kinsey, and again possession still remains for Alev up until now as Shadow finally breaks the pressure. Wanda Mike now playing that over his own backboard. All the way down, Kinsey is going to give chase, but only token pressure, but it was enough to make Shadow feel a little uncomfortable. He couldn't keep possession, but now it'll be Karma. Didn't have a full tank when she started, didn't need it. Still going to try and drop this down, but it is Rodoko in the way.
Another midfield challenge there from Shadow. Really one of those things that he shines at. Unfortunately, that one is going to get bopped back down into their side, but Turnturo going to clear one up, broken up by none other than Wanda Mike once again. So quick to get up and get in the way of these plays.
Wanda Mike has that bounce off the corner, turns into a shot, so Shadow will take the easy save, but now a shot on, and nobody is home, and Kinsey gives Alev the lead.
They look like Charlotte Phoenix from last week. The passes, the number of plays, how quick they are to get up to challenge the ball, everything is hitting for them.
Absolute leverage has brought everything, and they have thrown it at the Charlotte Phoenix. Charlotte Phoenix have answered back in kind for the most part, but they now find themselves trailing Alev by 1 goal with 3 minutes left in a must-win Game 5. It is Karma up top, looking across. Nobody there except for the defense of Wanda Mike and absolute leverage. This will get over Karma, but not past Turinturo. That ball, however, will. It does bounce by Karma. Shadow is there, lands on the backboard, and jumps out very quickly. No wasted movement, no wasted time at all for Shadow. And there, he's got a challenge again against Kinsey. Boy, Charlotte Phoenix are not looking good right now. They are missing a lot of balls in their own defensive end. They're getting away with it, but only for now.
They're not going to get away with it for very long, though. They'll eventually start getting punished, and you're absolutely right. They seem to be breaking down defensively. They're starting to rush. They're starting to try and force things that don't need to be forced. And then when you start doing that, you create a lot of opportunities for the other team to punish you.
That looked like a great half-flip pass out of Shadow, but Turinturo was coming up just a little too strong and could not adjust in time. Might have tied the game. One missed opportunity among many. There's Karma, couldn't get it down on target. This is, but falling from the heavens is Rodoko to keep Alev in front. Now Karma has Turinturo coming to help, but there is Rodoko again. Give him a savior medal as he keeps Alev in front. Karma up high yet again. Kinsey is there. So it will be Turinturo. He's lined it up, and all that for naught as Kinsey knocks him out of the way. Now Karma trying to get up quickly for this. Minute 17 and counting. This will bounce off the ceiling. Could be trouble, but Shadow's got it. Turinturo challenged in the corner. Karma racing back, facing her own goal. Had to dish that off to the corner and did. Now Shadow. He thought about it, and that little hesitation has given Wonder Mike all the time he needed. Good pass over in front. Still an opportunity that Karma deals with, and now Shadow very quickly challenges Kinsey.
They're starting to get a little bit of offensive life here going. Quick follow-ups, Turinturo to Shadow there again. Shadow with the back pass. Karma unfortunately facing the wrong direction. They just can't get a ball on target from anywhere that's a real threat. These shots that they've had so far this match have all come from the midfield, which is giving a ton of time to Alev to get in the way of it.
Well, Turinturo's made a mess of this, but he did get a piece of Rodoko as he beat him to the corner boost. That'll slow Rodoko down trying to get back, but Charlotte Phoenix should not move downfield as quickly as we're used to seeing. Kinsey got a piece of Shadow, and Wanda Mike makes it 2-0.
Wanda Mike putting the nail in the coffin here, most likely. Gets the reset, takes it down to the ground, doesn't use the reset, just lets it bounce, gets it right past the defender and into that upper right 90.
A couple of overtime winners by the Charlotte Phoenix kept them in this series, and it looked for a moment like maybe the Phoenix would indeed rise from the ashes, but Wonder Mike took his size 13 boot and stomped out the ashes. Absolute leverage takes down the Phoenix.
I don't like the look on F.Dot's face right now.
Oh, he
Don't
is grinning
like
ear to ear.
smirk.
Like the old Cheshire cat, ready to tell us all how we made a big mistake. How could we doubt the new guy? F.Dot, you were correct. We salute you.
You know the Hives? Remember the Hives? They were a one-hit wonder around the early 2000s. They had a song called
You
I
are
Hate
dating
to
yourself.
Say, I Told You So. Absolute leverage comes through and takes it right away. And I say that intentionally. They took it away from Charlotte Phoenix. Charlotte Phoenix comes through and they put on a good show. Some of those wins were ugly, but win's a win? Question
Yes.
mark on that.
Oh, absolutely. A win is a win. Charlotte Phoenix would have been over the moon had they survived this series and taken that. They would have taken that win and they would have got the heck out of Dodge real quick. But instead, now they have to look back and go, man, okay, Wonder Mike literally just decimated us. And I don't know. If Wonder Mike plays like
is
that,
scary.
nobody's going to have an answer for play like that. Mike came to play in this series, and boy, did he ever.
Yeah, all those games that wound up in the win column here for Ablev were basically brought to you by Wonder Mike. If you've been following Karma, like you said, she's been speaking highly of Wonder Mike, and his talents were certainly on display.
Yeah, he was so quick to the ball. We talked about him doing offensive plays where he was getting passes, he was getting shots, he had his hand involved in all of those plays for the most part. His ability in the midfield to get there and beat players to the ball time and time again. There was times where the ball was he jumped from basically his goal line to the other goal line to beat them flying the whole way there, and he was beating them to the ball. Just too much hesitation coming out of the side of Charlotte Phoenix. Wonder Mike had no stop. He had no hesitation in anything. If he saw the ball, it was his.
Yeah, there have been a lot of players. There are a dime a dozen that you hear when they finally get into the rival series, okay, this is going to be his time. We're going to see how good this player is. And we had heard that about Wonder Mike, and I was like, okay, well, we saw week one. I'm like, okay, yeah, real special there, Wonder Mike. Boy, am I wrong. I am glad to see this out of Wonder Mike because it's what everybody knew that we were going to see after so long. Now we're finally seeing it if he keeps this up. Boy, A-Lev, yeah, okay, they drop 0-3 to, I guess, the best team in the league, Stromboli, and now it's smooth sailing from there.
Well, I mean, either way, we wind up with a victory for Ablev. Let's see where that lands them with the rest of the North American teams here. Up on top will be Stromboli and Omni Nation. Stacks himself said Stromboli could be the number one team. They are right now. On the bottom, you've got Jacob 72 Pin Connector and Monkey Business trying to find a win there. And our last matchup, well, both of them are 1-1. Charlotte Phoenix and Ablev right in the middle there, 5-6 respectively. So an interesting look for sure.
Yeah, and on the B stream tomorrow over on twitch.tv/Rival Esports, you're going to have Monkey Business or rather on the 23rd, my mistake, but you're going to have Monkey Business and 72 Pin Connector. That is a battle for survival, to say the least, for either of these teams, because if either of those teams drop to 0-3, you might be sticking a fork in them at that point, because only the top three even get a chance at the RLCS.
So here's my thing. When we come into week number 1, placements and how your games go are largely, who showed up that day. I don't want to say a dice roll, but kind of a dice roll, right? Week number 2, week number 3, this is where we really start to understand the teams, who they are, whether that was a fluke or whether or not they're going to flake. So when we watch this, we see Stromboli up on top. I think after week 1, I think that makes sense. Is there anything that doesn't make sense that you're expecting to change here, Stacks?
It doesn't make sense to me that Monkey Business is 0-2, and I understand that they did go against, apparently, 2 of the best teams in the league. We knew Charlotte Phoenix was going to be a challenge for them. We didn't know Stromboli was going to be a challenge for them, and boy, were they ever. So I think that for Monkey Business, obviously a must-win coming up this weekend as it rolls on against 72 PC. I have to assume that they will right the ship.
Sure.
Because they've got, again, a lot of veteran presence. These guys are not newbies to this kind of situation. But it's got to happen sooner rather than later because the clock's ticking.
And Supersonic, 4 matches today. Fantastic look at the North American squads. What was your highlight moment of today's broadcast?
the last series that we just watched. Wanda Mike was an all-star through that entire series. It was a big upset series. It was one of those ones, I guess, for everybody except for you. We were all leaning the way that Charlotte Phoenix should have had a heyday. But Wanda Mike said no. He showed up and he denied everything that was coming at them. That was the highlight for me. Absolute Leverage was absolutely my highlight of the day.
Yeah, we are all basking in the glory of Wanda Mike here tonight. That was as good a strong carry performance as I have seen since, oh man, I can't even think of anybody I've seen do that. Like Rix Ronde earlier in Europe, I guess, but I mean, I don't know, because I don't think he did it against the same level of competition that Wanda Mike did here tonight.
I think we are seeing the beginning of a beautiful career. I think Wanda Mike starts here on the Rival Series, and very soon will find himself up along the big ticker with the big boys. But that does it for our North American broadcast, and that does it for us on this Saturday. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been fantastic. Tomorrow, the Rocket League Championship Series will be here. Energy versus Space Station. You don't want to miss it. 12 o'clock noon, 11:30 Pacific for the early show. I'm Tom Battinger. That's Supersonic. That's Stacks. And for everyone behind the scenes, thank you. And we'll catch you next week.